Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Skyesports Championship 4.0 presented by AMD with Logitech G as our gaming partner and Fanclash as our fantasy partner. Now, my name is CA, and joining me on the desk is going to be Krips and one more friend you'll meet soon. But for today, Krips, how are you doing?
I'm doing really well. I'm actually very happy about this one. I'm really glad that I get to cast CSGO. This is after such a long time. And more importantly, CSGO has been this one game which I started my career with, and even though I'm gonna admit I got distracted by several other games, several other FPS titles, feels good to return to CSGO, back to the roots.
Yeah, definitely. And I like the factor that you mentioned, nostalgia, because that's something that's going to be attached to a lot of our viewers as well. Really, heartfelt game coming back for a lot of them, and they'll expect to see that type of action to match it up. So I'm excited to see what the teams have in store for us and how they turn up today.
And yeah, exactly. More than that, I'm really excited to see our teams as well, because this is a pretty unique tournament. We have some teams coming in from Southeast Asia. We later on have an India qualifier as well. And while all of this is going on, later on in the tournament, there will be a LAN phase as well.
Yeah, definitely. And that LAN phase is going to be something these teams are going to have to build up towards. It's something they're going to have to aspire for. But today is day one. For today, it's all about getting off to a good start, finding your mojo, really getting into the groove. So I wonder which team has that right preparation to make it happen. Because talking about the tournament itself, we've got some new things coming into play, right, Crips?
Oh yeah, definitely. Speaking of this tournament, we're gonna start off with a round robin phase when it comes to the Southeast Asia qualifiers. And even these teams, some of them have been invited, and all of them are gonna be amazing. So after that round robin stage, which starts off today, after a few days we're gonna have the India qualifiers as well. Not really sure about the format of that one, but we'll give you the details when we have them. And followed by that, I believe the top 8 teams will be flown down for this LAN event, which I believe is happening on 17th and 18th, and it's going to be happening in Mumbai in India. Without further ado, let's take a look at the format of this tournament so that we have a clearer picture of what's going on.
There we go. Like you were talking about, right? The round robin stage that we're going to see in the initial phases of the Skyesports Championship 4.0. It's going to be, of course, all the teams going off against each other in their respective groups. We've got 6 teams divided into 2 groups with, I think, Group B to take our first action. No, scratch that, actually. Group A that is going to show us our first match today, and that's going to be an exciting one. I wonder if anyone even picks up the new game changes we're going to see into play with, like, maybe Anubis coming in.
Oh, I'm actually kind of scared about that one. Anubis coming
I mean,
into
that's right. Anubis is associated with death in Egyptian culture,
Yeah,
so you being scared.
Yeah, he's supposed to be the god of death, and having spent a year in Egypt in my childhood, I know exactly what this
Ooh.
guy brings to the table. Even the map itself,
Okay.
quite complicated, especially for a lot of teams who have just, who were just getting used to the new patch. After the
Of course.
IM Rio Major, every team over here has had to not only adjust to the new changes when it comes to the M4, the AWP, and the other M4A1S. Now they also have
Yeah.
to deal with the new map. So let's see how prepared they are.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting factor, right? Because I feel like CSGO, of course, as an FPS, is a game where we see the best of the best continuously refining themselves almost, not necessarily changing them. And when a new map comes into play, it does require that small change. Maybe you have to slightly change the tempo at which you like to approach your maps. But we'll have to see how each of these teams are able to adapt, because if you're going to make it to LAN, you need that feature in the bag. You need to be able to adapt.
Definitely. Now, these teams, quite interesting. We have teams like Team Renewal, White Cat, Hashtag Reaper, Neon Esports, even saw Team NKT in the mix. And NKT is going to be a team to definitely keep your eyes out for. More than that, I don't really see any of these teams standing out one above the other, so I can't really tell you who's the favorite or who's the most destined to win. I think all 4 of them are equally competent, so this should be a fair competition. It should be a fair fight, and very soon we'll be hopping into the first game as well. So I'm kind of excited to see which teams face off first. We know for a fact it's going to be Group A going up today, so who's going to bring what to the table? That's pretty interesting.
Exactly, and that simple factor of where each team could bring something very different to the table and really mess things up, I think that's what makes it really exciting for us as we go through the motion, through the days of this initial phase. And starting off the day, like you said, it's very competent teams. They're quite competitive in that nature because of the fact they're very close against each other in that skill gap. It gives us an assurance that we're going to see very close matches coming in here, and that means maybe some overtimes coming into play, definitely some heartbeats skipped on my end, but hey, that's what we live for.
Yeah, that's what we live for. That's what esports is all about. It's all about skipping heartbeats, sometimes skipping maps entirely and going straight to the next one because you want to roll over your opponents that hard. As we move on in this tournament, we will soon be jumping into the teams and we'll take a look at the players as well. We'll also be taking a look at the map veto soon enough. But more importantly, we have 10,000 US dollars at stake over
Yeah.
here. That's the massive prize pool that these teams are fighting for. And more importantly, they're fighting for a chance to fly down to Mumbai for the LAN event.
Exactly. You get to be back with. I think CSGO developed that LAN community almost, right? So you get to be back with that community, meet old friends, meet new rivals, and of course, make frenemies along the way. But at the end of the day, it's all about really being able to experience that competitive atmosphere, the chance to really lift up that trophy. So of course, this is just a start. We've got a long way for these teams to go, and we'll be following them on that journey with utmost interest. But at the very start, it's going to be all about how these teams really stand up for themselves with that LAN in mind, with that 10,000 USD price pool in line. So I'm really excited to see which players stand out as well, because I think we're going to see some pop-up performances naturally, maybe even some underperforming players throughout the day.
Now, pop-off players, there's a few that come to my mind. Of course, Team NKT being the obvious contenders over here. These guys are probably the prodigies of Asian CS:GO at this point. One of the oldest teams to start competing, and of course, one of the teams that is still active throughout the years. Team NKT have some really strong names. Gons, Dobu, even Urkas for that matter, all of them stand out quite well. In fact, Urkas has been flirting with the idea of being a coach as well as being the in-game leader, so he's been juggling both those responsibilities. And I'm not sure if I'll get to see him on the server today, but if we do, then it's going to be amazing.
Well, one way or another, I guess we'll get to feel his presence on the server, because we're definitely going to see some cool ideas. I hope sprout out of that experienced mind. And I think, like you said, at the for NKT themselves, this has been a long-standing name and an organization really to reckon with, and the team is going to want to match up to that standards and try to immediately come out, at least out of phase one, looking as the favorites.
Well, if Team NKT is the obvious favorites in phase one, you gotta ask yourself this question: who's gonna be their contender? Who's gonna go up against them? There's teams like #Reaper and Neon Esports who, to be honest, stand a fair chance. But I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna confess something here. I don't know much about Team Renewal or Wildcat, so I'm gonna be looking forward to seeing those guys. It's gonna be a pleasant surprise when we see them on the server.
Yeah, and I think really at this point, what is even more exciting is because, like you said, there's particular teams which, not just us, but their oppositions as well, have relatively lesser information for. And whenever I've seen this sort of matchup come through on any stage, on any esports platform, it's really showed insane dark horses, upsets that can come out of nowhere, and it really turns the tail of the entire tournament because of that one matchup. Maybe we get that on day one itself, Crips.
Ooh, I mean, if we get that on day one, then I can't really even think about what's in store for the rest of the days. It's gonna be a banger of a tournament in that case. I'm assuming that we won't get to see the upsets right here on day one itself. I mean, in terms of upsets, I mean, Team NKT getting defeated, that's the only team that really stands out amongst all of them. If we do get to see an upset, though, then that will be one for the history books.
Yeah, definitely. But hey, we're talking about all the upsets and potentials in today's matches, so why not have a look at the schedule itself and see what we've got in store for us today. Starting the day off, we're gonna have Team Renewal versus Kinsugi, and then Clutch Gaming versus NEXGA. NEXGA, particularly, Crips, I have to say, is a name that when I went back to my research towards CSGO in the Southeast Asia region, kept coming up. So maybe it's something we get to see in action.
Yeah, I mean, NEXGA has been pretty active in the ESL Challenger Series, and they have been fighting quite a lot against teams like NKT and Linvision and everyone else. In fact, while they faced Team Clutch Gaming today, they've not faced them before. But when it comes to comparing NEXGA with other teams like NKT, they have given them a tough run for their money. They didn't get completely rolled over. Of course, Team NKT won against NEXGA the last time they faced each other, which I believe was on 15th November. And while they're not a completely how do I say this, underdog team, they have been making a name for themselves. But Clutch Gaming is something that I can't really judge how they will play against a team like NEXGA, because at least in the Challenger Series they have been making their mark and they've been trying to rise up in the ranks. So NEXGA definitely have their notoriety written out for themselves.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at what Clutch Gaming has do as well.
I mean, one would hope they would clutch, right? And give us an instant matchup because hopefully they get to live up to their name against that NEXGA. But our first matchup, Renewal versus Kinsugi, it's a splendid one for sure because it's something that is really going to set the bar for what we can maybe expect from the rest of our day, especially since it is teams that we have relatively lesser information about. So it makes it that much more exciting. Maybe we get to see a complete stomp with one team really establishing their identity more so than the other.
Definitely. And all of these are teams which are doing really well in the ESL European circuit. For them
Yeah.
to compete in a Southeast Asian circuit, going back to their roots where they come from, most of these players come from Mongolia. And for them to embrace their roots back again and come back to a South Asian tournament, it's going to be a unique experience for them as well. And even more so for the teams that come from regions like India or anywhere in the rest of South Asia. Uh,
Yeah.
Most of the times, Indian CSGO teams don't get the chance to compete with teams who compete in European and SEA circuits at the same time. But this will be one unique tournament where they get to expand their horizons and take a look at what the teams from the other parts of the world have to offer. Of course, today with NEXGA and Clutch Gaming going up against each other, it's gonna be an interesting journey because both these teams compete in the same league, but
Yeah.
they haven't really faced each other in the recent past. So at least not before the recent update. So we really don't know what to expect. At least I don't.
Yeah, definitely. And I think for me at least that makes it more exciting because usually as casters, as analysts, right, you go into a match with certain expectations, you have certain ideas about how the players are going to play. But when everything goes topsy-turvy and everything gets messed up, that's when we and the audience is really having their best time. So this first match has the potential to be exactly that. Maybe we get to see a really close matchup with two very different identities and really start flourishing in this Skyesports Championship 4.0 very, very early on. But either ways, we're here for the entire ride, and I'm sure it's going to be a roller coaster of one.
Well, this ride is going to be an exciting one. Apologies for the lag, but when we go into this match, I hope that these teams are prepared for Anubis. If not, they're at least prepared for all the other things that we have in store. There's been quite a lot of amazing updates to CSGO recently. The
Yeah.
op nerf, everyone keeps saying that it's a nerf, it's a big hit. I don't really feel that way. The number of bullets being reduced, sure, the op, you can't just keep spamming with it every now and then, but I think it's still going to be the same deterrent, still has the same risk to reward ratio. Yeah, now
Yeah.
between the fans of M4A1S and M4A4, there's going to be some
Yeah.
speculations. A4 now obviously being stronger at range, A1
Yeah.
still having the better recoil, but it doesn't do as much damage at range, so it's going to be really annoying when you dink someone far away but are not able to confirm the
Yeah.
kill. Of course, the easiest solution is to drop that stuff and pick up an AK instead, but then again, you don't always get the opportunity of doing so. So it's been quite a lot of there's been quite a lot of interesting changes in CSGO, and this is going to be my first CSGO tournament after the major update. So let's see what this brings in store. Uh, Going into this game, NEXGA versus Clutch Gaming, do you think they will be picking up Anubis since it's so new to the map pool, or do you think they'll stick to what they know, or do you think they'll stick to the good old standard maps?
I think the statistical assumption to make here is that they are going to stick to the standard maps. I don't think CSGO professional teams are the kind of teams to try and actively pick out a new map, especially when it's such a different map when you compare it to all the other maps we have into play. And really comes into question. Maybe we get to see a bold team instead, though, because unlike the statistical assumption, maybe there's a team out there that just wants to make a statement that they're here to play and they're gonna pick Anubis out of the map because it gives a tremendous advantage in terms of the map pool aspect if most of the other teams don't have it prepared.
Yeah. Speaking of maps, let's take a look at the video. Let's see what we have in store
Yeah.
for us. I'm assuming there's gonna be at least one Inferno map picked up, but what about the
Sure.
rest?
Oh, like you said, Inferno first up. Mirage, what I was gonna say for a second, it's exactly what we've got. But we've got a decider in Anubis here, Crips.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Anubis is gonna be the decider. Do you think this will be a 2-0, or can we go the distance?
I'll have to tell you after the first map there, Crips, because like you mentioned, right, Inferno, basically a must pick because of the fact that it's likely a comfort for both of the teams. I'm sure they're going to be able to put their best foot forward in the first map. Renewal picking it up should automatically try to gain that extra bit of advantage. So I think that first map will tell it all, where if one team does clearly gain the better start over the other team, maybe even we get to see a massive gap in terms of the victory, then I think it might just be a 2-0 right there.
Well, I mean, if it is a 2-0, then it will be slightly sad not being able to see Anubis, especially
Yeah.
since it's so new to the
You
map.
get
pool.
teased for Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely would have been my first Anubis game if at all we get to see it. But if it ends 2-0, well, then that's going to be a little sad. Team Renewal and KINTSUGI, they both will be giving it their best, of course, with Team Renewal picking up Inferno and Team KINTSUGI going ahead with Mirage. I'm actually surprised that Ancient was banned right off the bat. I thought that maybe they would let Ancient hang in towards the later stages of the veto and ban Anubis first or something like that, but clearly that wasn't the intention.
Really an answer we get to see for all the future teams in their group as well that face them off. That for Renewal, at least Ancient seems to be a no-go, while they're happy to float Anubis. And that is the key point here. They're not necessarily not banning and picking Anubis off the bat, not bold the way we were discussing, but more rather playing with the minds, letting Anubis float out, not banning it whatsoever. And that stands for both of the teams actually, where even towards the last map when they had the opportunity to take another out, they let Anubis float. So maybe we're already getting to see that in the Skyesports Championship 4.0, most of the teams might be prepared for Anubis.
Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, Anubis has been around for quite some time. Of course, last year it went through some changes and everyone was still calling it a damn good map. But up until now, the opinion was that this was a pub stomping map, not a competitive one. But of course, now that the Lord himself, Lord Gaben, has given us this map in the competitive map pool and taken just 2 away of all other maps, then people will be forced to adapt. And let's see what Anubis really has to offer to us. But first, of course,
and let's see.
Inferno. It's going to be the point of contention.
Yeah, we'll have to see what these teams have to offer to us on Inferno and what kind of pace do we get each starting off with, because that's for sure we're just about ready to head into map. In fact, we've already got our first couple of frags.
Oh, okay. It seems like we are slightly late to the party. The round is half over. It's down to a 2v2. And before we can even say a thing, it's both these teams heading up against each other, and in fact both of them playing really split. Kinsugi, they've still got 3 members available, but Team Renewal is down to the last 2, Zerolte and Rooks. Both of them have split up. Zerolte is leading the charge towards the B side. Meanwhile, the bomb, it's making its way back across mid. Oh, Zerolte was ready for that peek over there as Wonder C. He was just trying to check Banana and hoping that he will find some information, but Zerolte is on a roll. Man's killing everybody.
Yeah, Zerolte on fire right now, winning it back for his team, and for Renewal, this is most certainly Renewal. The bomb has been planted, and now in that 2v1, it's Zerolte to finish it off. Crips Renewal off to a great start.
Good start for Team Renewal. I just wish we got to see it right from the beginning. But hey,
Yeah.
if I jump into a party midway, then I'm not going to stop dancing. And that same thing goes for Renewal as they now pick up not only the buy, but also the more expensive weapons in form of AKs and Khalils. Of course, they will still be having Arcule stick to the Mac 10, and same goes for Meek. But it doesn't mean that Kinsugi going to hold off as well. They have bought up the Scouts, the Mag 7s. Some people still call them Swag 7s, although I think it's lost its title by that time. It's going to be a fast mid-take from these guys. Go all the way up towards the Mexico region and just wait over there. And what started off as fast was really only the case for one player in form of Rooks, who's already climbed up into the loft. From this position, he should be able to hear a lot of footsteps and, of course, gather some information.
But look at this now. Instead, the rest of the team regrouping more towards Banana, more towards mid, almost maybe trying to establish a presence there to buy that time for Rooks, who's gotten himself into the advanced position. And slowly but surely, Renewal taking up all the Banana for themselves, and they are doing exactly that, putting up presence. And now Rooks maybe gets access to a 1v1 while his team tries to fake it down here. If they get contact, maybe even commit.
Okay. Good pick off by Arcule. Gets the kill onto Accuracy, who had just rotated away from mid and moved into its B. Now that the rotating player is gone, the scout is on the ground. Of course, it can still be retrieved by Team Kinsugi, but will they do so? making contact towards B, and then going back towards A. Seems like a standard fake that Team Renewal is set up for, but will Kinsugi see it coming? The crossfire setup isn't all that great either. E-Fire walks right into the houses region and kills Root, and that's not a peek that someone was prepared for. They didn't expect him to come that deep into the houses.
Yeah, the lone man set up early, the early asset really caught off. Does put Renewal in a bit of a sticky spot, but they are able to get the bomb planted, and now with News able to move himself forward. It's all about MIQ right here. He's playing that late game, looking for time. But you can see Kinsugi, they're taking their time. They're hoping to pick off an unforced error from Renewal. But so far, so no good. Renewal hold on, discipline. Zeroltev finds the first, and it looks like this post plant should be comfortable.
Should be on paper, but Arikul and Mika starting in trouble. Weckly, he blows their heads off with the Deagle, destroying their skulls in the process of doing so. Wonders either, now left to his own devices, has the time to reposition. His bomb has gone down, and there's no way he's going to be getting this one. After all the hard work of Vasil and everything he did to get those Deagle headshots, it's kind of sad to see that Kinsugi don't get the defuse. But hey, this was just the second round, and they were never expected to win it in the first place.
Exactly, and so decent damage done with the weapon second down and that Deagle, and clean headshots really, because I think early into this map and into this series overall, it's going to be that almost psychological battle over each other where you're more confident about taking that extra risk, about enacting that extra lurk, or going for that wider peak, and to be able to get Deagle shots like those, they're sure to boost you up.
Arikul, my goodness, this man's on fire. Bulldozing his way through Banana, gets both the kills towards B and liberates the site entirely. This is just like 30 seconds into the round and they've already got this in the bag.
They're now trying to regain back the bomb though, as they had left far back, and in that process they do end up losing a member on site, but Banana's cleared up, and with both of the members of Kinsugi quite split off towards back A site and the opposite end, just like that, Renewal should be able to get a safe site, safe plant, and off to a great start, because this is effectively going to set us up for a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, and this lead seems to be one which Kinsugi will have trouble getting over. Because not just the fact that the economic momentum is already gone in the favor of Team Renewal all this time, but also because Kinsugi, even though this was just a bunch of eco rounds, Kinsugi have been taking experiments. They've been sending their players down apartments and trying to have them push down into loft every time they get the sound cues. And Team Renewal is not the kind of team that shies away from these battles, right? So if these are the kind of rifts that Kinsugi are willing to take in eco rounds, and I'm feeling slightly worried about Team Renewal going into the buy rounds when Kinsugi have the better weaponry. This experimentation and the intention to take alt mid more aggressively from Team Kinsugi will definitely pay off dividends if they've got the right weapons. And now that the M4s and the ops are out, let's see what they can do.
Yeah, and like you said, Renewal really quick on that early default, able to take a lot of space very quickly. We saw that even from Rooks in the second round, where he was able to progress through and reach almost their window by himself, and his team then using that little bit of space they have to regain information elsewhere. Last time was all the way through Bananas, but this time they've got the AWP online for News. He's gonna look, just play it slow. They're hoping to get him picked, but still establishing presence all over that map, especially near Banana.
Slow approach this time. Team Renewal, they're aware about the op being present. Accuracy, holding it down from alt mid. He's already gotten to the bottom of Banana, and with an op this, he's already gotten to the bottom of apartments, and with the op this close, I'm starting to feel a little worried about Rooks, because he's about to swing that angle very, very soon. Alone, he's got backup in the form of Pain over there, but accuracy, he gets taken down instantly. The op has been taken off of his hands, and oh my god, Rooks is on a killing spree. He's killing everybody towards apartments. There was basically no trades from Kinsugi.
Yeah, Rooks again on the apartments. Look, comes up huge, man. And look, even now his presence has got, I believe, Vixia just waiting on A site, and really no dice for these defenders down at B, because now the execute set up. Team Renewal ready to go. They are slowed down by a Molotov though. We'll have to take their time, but still quite spread apart. The defenders won't necessarily be able to make contact with each other.
out. Wondersy. He's holding on for as long as possible, but MIQ gets them out of the picture. Side open for the grabs. Bomb down.
Just like that. We talked about this storyline, Crips. The idea of one team coming in ready to play with a clear identity of their own and an established mind with how they want to approach the game. And it looks like Renewal most certainly are that. With this 4-0 likely to go up on board, they've taken down the op for Kinsugi as well. And just like that, they very much are in control.
Four rounds for Team Renewal. Now the bells of danger will start tolling. Kinsugi had everything they required in this round. They've got the op posted up towards apartments. Of course, it's a very narrow angle to hold, but he wasn't alone over there. He had backup in the form of Pain, and none of them were able to trade out Rooks, who basically single-handedly cleared out the entire apartments region, got the rotation from Team Kinsugi, forced it around, and Team Renewal had absolutely no trouble taking B-sides for themselves. If this trend continues, then this will be trouble. Multiple nades and mollies thrown into lofts to make sure that Team Kinsugi can't take aggro positions towards alternate. But at the same time, they can't account for E-Fire to pull that swag 7 up those in apartments. Last time there was an off post to the same angle. This time there's a shotgun in the face. Naturally, the shotgun stands a better chance at an angle like that. But the moment I say that, E-Fire falls back, goes back towards the motor side. And yeah, now they're prepared. RQ though, once again, successfully getting the kill. And even MIQ is prepared this time.
And rinse and repeat, right? They get that early banana presence while taking apps and back alley control. Every single time those two players in that 3-2 split are able to find value. This time though, a slight trade taken back for them while Renewal tried to flush in A side. They have a player behind enemy lines, someone coming through on a look of their own and trying to make a difference. Should be able to get contact now, and but no, what? Yeah.
They just passed each other towards mid. No, yeah, that can't be happening, man. That really cannot be happening at this point. Oh, News had the scare of his life, but at the same time, he must be laughing his guts out.
I totally thought they were just we're gonna see something pop up in the kill feed. I thought they were gonna contact, but instead, whoosh, they just passed each other, and it was a hey bro, see you bro kind of situation.
Yeah,
no,
what happens when you just pass by your neighbor in the morning when you walk on your way downstairs?
Howdy, neighbor.
Howdy. Except the neighbor doesn't want to kill you. News definitely wants to. Oh, this op. It did not even need to step up, but they've already got it in the bag, and it's already getting all the kills. Team Renewal taking very fast loft control as they're about to burst out of boiler. And here we go. Fast contact towards the side. Wait, in control. But there's a player they haven't checked for yet. Smoke keeping him alive for just the time being. E-Fire is able to get two off of that cover. And that is exactly what Team Kinsugi needed. But still, the bomb advantage and the man advantage lies in favor of Team Renewal. And that advantage gets extended even further as the roll keeps popping off.
And there's these moments every round where we see maybe Kinsugi can rise back when they have players behind enemy lines, when they have possibilities they can approach the round, but every single time Renewal able to come out stronger. 6-0 now as we get toward the end of this round, and basically it's put Renewal in a very comfortable. And you can see the players themselves, they must be feeling extremely confident. You always want this kind of start on that build, especially when it's the map of their own choice.
Yes. And you can see how much confidence they did not even care about losing weapons. They knew for a fact that Kinsugi will have some other waiting around the corner to exit kills right across the connector, but they walk right in. They walk right in. Archers, library, it doesn't matter where you are holding for exit frags, Team Renewal push them regardless. And once they get Team Kinsugi, they are broke.
Quite literally, for Team P.
Yeah.
Have much money to play with. The eco's looking quite dire. Us coming into play, maybe that will let the players take that, really, reset themselves, reset their thought processes, their communities, and maybe bring ability into the possible chaos that's doing in Kinsugi right now, because Renewal causing havoc. They are destroying Kinsugi all over this now. And while I know comebacks have been seen, I think early in it, comebacks we may not see.
Well, let's see if the comeback actually happens or not. Kinsugi, it would be a heroic story for them if they actually make this.
Oh. But look at this. Even that split, but they get early banana gun quite easily, and it's now forcing all the presence, attracting most of the defense towards that B side, but instead bomb as well as multiple players ready towards abs looking for fake to ensue on A on B, so they quickly jump over to the A side and work perfectly. Zerolte's started them all. While Kinsugi get the trades, the presence has been fake has been pulled off.
Yeah, the fake has sold like absolute hotcake. Zerolte making sure that the remaining Kinsugi members keep their station towards the B side while bomb continues moving towards A without any resistance whatsoever. Oh no, now he's killed the healthier player as well. E-Fire left with very little HP. All he has a foot in the grave, and there's basically nothing that E-Fire can pull off. Even if he does manage to kill onto Zerolte, I do not think Renewal will let them win this round. Yeah, there's no way he's winning that fight against Zerolte.
Yeah. Renewal really now taking the macro lead as well. The mind is really coming into play. That early banana presence we saw for first 6 rounds or so for them. Every single time where they would instead set a look towards A and look for contact, maybe they would have flood into that B side. This coming into play where they sell a huge fake towards that B side. Really punish that heavy rotation coming through from Kinsugi, able to get them free access. Another round picked up, but that was the eco for Kinsugi. They fought back on accuracy. Going to be looking to find value, looking to be that stalwart that is able to bring his team success back online. Because if you don't get down, never mind. And it doesn't care.
Ridicule, Sim is not. Man went in all by himself, just watched from his teammate, and that's all he required to kills. At the same time, Roots is picked off one person towards apartments. So they are in tatters. Team Renewals got towards B as well as A. Have all the options in the world, and don't think they even want to plant the bomb when it bomb all the way towards T-spawn, and they're just going to. Oh, accuracy doesn't make just about as the nade fills past him. Left on 90 towards CT spawn.
Oh,
He's gonna be facing
Zerol. In every nook, every cranny of this Renewal have wormed their way in. They are effectively wrapping and suffocating Sugi, because the way we see them, especially every single round, as soon as it ends off, they are decisive approach. They take that early half control, they take contact towards mid, put a heavy presence towards banana every single, and it is really putting Kinsugi in a situation where they cannot heavy rotate because Renewal could come on either side, but they also cannot just stand forward because Renewal are good at forcing it out.
I mean, even if they get the they got the deagles and they got the armor and everything else, it really will not them all that much. Whatever smokes they had left, they've already deployed them towards apartments and hoping that some cheeky player is able to get them a kill, but news says no.
They set him up beautifully with the smoke towards me. He finds that value already. But again, a heavy presence towards the defender sniper, it doesn't matter! And look at the roll tape, man. Every single round, they don't give a damn. They walk in and fight.
Walk in and wipe. A pretty easy way to win a game, isn't it, CA? Walk SW, click mouse 1.
Yeah. Maybe bunny jump here and there just for fun.
Yeah, maybe throw a nade or two. Have fun as well. Well, News is busy battling him with there's already 2 more players from Renewal coming in from behind. I wonder if they'll knife attempt.
Slightly lower level. For the top is just a sec. 9-0. Crap to ask the question as may it be. As it may be. 9-0 is really like, can we even think of something we might see Kinsugi just get one round.
Now Kintsugi are desperate. They've already picked up double. If they don't respond in this round, they can respond at all.
High stakes here. And this is exactly the round when you're top. Many players moving fast to app. This may just be the XQ we're getting to see, but that ops coming in accuracy. He finds one, but immediate renewal. They want to keep it going. They want the gates.
Yeah, but these floodgates, they will swing. Team Renewal about to knock. What's that fight, bro? 3 winnings. It also is picked off the man, but accuracy could not peak on the back of his team smoke drop. At this point, it's just into his own devices. Even he'll be hunted down as he had no back whatsoever. He was supposed to be the back, but he got smoked off, leaving them no avenue to fight with. The double ops, and Wonder is having to retake ace off. It's a mammoth task. At the same time, from library, well, Wonder even spotted. Time is with the notes of Kinsugi as well. He's got the tag, but I don't think he can get. He switches over to an AK, meanwhile also strikes. Now moving into it as they both play in tandem along with each other. This is working. Kinsugi are getting all the kills. He's managed to get the last kill just in time. He'll be able to defuse it though. It's available, so it seems hopeful.
Oh, and most settlers. One disease in the nick of time pulls out a hit round for Kinsugi. Absolutely humongous. We were just talking potential of a comeback, and you rightfully state now or never, do or die, and they most do grips.
Yeah, but they lost an open, and that's an expensive price to pay for just a single.
At 9-0 though, I think. Okay, I'll take that.
Yeah. Totally. You'll take that trade, but will you get the success again? Of course, the heroic play coming in from B helped this team out quite a lot, and that A side is usually one of the difficult to take in all of CSGO, but if that works in a 2v4 setting, they definitely have some hope of defending the side. Is difficult for them because Team Renewal are just disruptive. The flashes are very, especially for a player like accuracy, and when I get smoked off, it kind of tells you that you will already have the info about where that player is playing. That's why the smokes basically break that prior.
Yeah, but I wonder if Team Renewal tried to put that sort of heavy apps hit again, because clearly it was something they found in one of the first times across the many set pieces or defaults of this map, and they say no. They go back, it's worked for them the best. The apps looked like it happened, but maybe Rooks are too early. Without that banana presence felt, Kinsugi are alert as ever. That they find that first pick, and Kinsugi, it might just be that domino effect coming into play, Crips.
Yeah, but Rooks has been going towards apartments quite early for quite some time. It's about time that they accept him. Because if they, then he would have had his run of the land and might have just sold that fake really well. The players of Kinsugi is still stationed towards the A side, while the the bomb is inevitably going towards the B side. Sorry for playing too much Valorant, but this the original shooter, and this crossfire not gonna hold up. Wonders playing back from the boxes. At the same time, he's got backup from coffins, but smoke is off Pain. He needs to swing on the finish. Oh, poor Pain taken down from his point view, and that is poor. Never mind. I was about to say poor Wonders all by himself. He's also been put in his grave. 3v. It's just as 7 win. Vasily has a diffuse kid and is moving in quickly from Banana alongside E-Fire. But the moment I say it, the all comes into effect once again. It's destroying them. Same time, the flash from Vasily is hit yet. He knows exactly when News is, and News not very healthy either.
Oh, but he still manages to shut him down. Single-handedly holds down Banana and effectively shuts down any hope of a rake for Kinsugi. Despite finding that first pick, like you said, despite not being able to sell that fake, Renewal decide to force it down. Banana, they find the site, and just like that with Bomb, they're able to play an effective post-plant back in News. Off in style as well. A nice, pretty bow on top to make it one. like we might have a couple of matches, but we'll get it fixed ASAP. Again, Renewal against and repeat. That early bananas being exchanged between both of these teams.
God,
They look to fight it down. Maybe this time Ariukul, Andrew Dillon at the same time pick off a double flurry.
At the same time, Akil is trying to fight towards Abs, and he's flirting danger. Rook's ready to challenge it. Sedolce and Eric, you'll finally put his misery, but at the same time, they're fighting towards Bell. Renewal, they go in fight, and it does not work for them. Heavy aggression towards was definitely a change of pace that Tsugi needed, but it does not work. No set properly towards the bottom of mid. At the flashes, they were easily dodged by teams, so there was basically no way that he would be able to win that game. Win that particular.
Yeah, exactly. 11-1 on board now. It seems like that domino effect is not going to come into single most definitely, as it's a single one for Kinsugi. And this time going to switch it up once again. Aggressive mid control early while they exchange that presence to now. But with this aggressive mid apt position set up,
they might just split for 8, but I don't think they won now. Eric, you, as always, fight towards Banana, but Kinsugi are hit down. Last round, the heavy mid aggression. This time they're going for heavy banana, and guess what? It actually worked for playing aggressively. Might just help team because they've already got the pick, and they're still holding down. Bomb breaker. No, at the moment I say that, make it drop again. Wonders and Kinsugi both strike at the same time. Oh, how many times will Team Renewal have to pick on? How many times will they have to retrieve it?
Banana spec now being made out of Renewal. As Kinsugi, they're crunching on, they're pushed in towards mid. They want to make sure they don't escape Renewal. They've come to play. In a matter of seconds, they equalize the situation. They're able to pick up a couple. Kinsugi still have the man advantage. Seals health is looking quite low in a 2v3. Most certainly plausible, but unfortunately not possible. Kinsugi up another.
Finally, able to strike once more. This such a fresh breath of air for Team K. It might be too little too late, but there's chance to go in the in this half, and they should be able to make something out of it. And 4 half is certainly still. The aggression towards milk with the aggression towards banana certainly paid off, as they made Team Renewal up the bomb right there, retook control using their smokes and their mollies, and 4 remaining members of Renewal to fight them towards bot. Neither of those fights offered on a fair ground, and Team Kinsugi get work. This time, a bunch of bullets will be thrown again towards Banana, with Rooks this time heading in that region. In fact, Rooks is one towards apartments, and Ericule is heading towards. These two people have always been the spear for Team Renewal, be able to deliver. Of course, the Ericule headshots wonders he towards. Will the same thing happen to A, where Rooks is lurking? No, he fought just a moment. Pain on gets checked by Ericule, and Ericule able to win that one. My goodness, the flash help from New, incredible.
Ericule's the winner, the flick, it's just working in perfect man. Renewal. They lose these specific here and there, but the way they win there now, I think what really stands out to me. Effectively dictating ground, making it their own. Harukul, obviously, they're on the hunt now. Looking for E5, they refuse even a single round.
They absolutely have no reason to Kinsugi walk away with the weapons. You will have money for days. So many of their players north of 5,000, so they have no reason to work saving economy. At the same, Kinsugi are flat out broken. E-fire going down, and not say M4, things are looking mighty difficult. This could be a 12-3 half. Kinsugi are able to master up a play aggressively again. Otherwise, the 13 teams an inevitability.
Broken and broken.
Look at the amount of... You just look at Team Renewal. They're just throwing down all the pistols and just chilling.
Like money, 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 money.
Raining down from the skies, man.
They've got money to play with, and we about the fact that I think for Renewal and for any team that put off this kind of stomp early is about really making that statement. I think they most certainly started writing that statement. They've got to continue this form throughout this match. BO3 to do that, and Arukul does exactly that. At this point, it's become for us, but forcing it down Banana every single time he finds value again.
It's just so much easier to keep the camera on there and let him do all the killing. Even I was there alongside him, but it seemed like them were required to do the lifting. E-fire and accuracy. Now let's stop mid. Mick is gonna be down. He's gonna be the one to face them soon. If that's not enough, then Brooks is gonna help them out too. The bomb will go down towards B unconnected. In case any rotation from the arch region, have RQ taking care of it. And yeah, they won't even get to get off their sights. It does get one consolation frag, but that is it. Team Renewal with a 13-2 stomp. But only 3 rounds to win the first map.
Team Renewal. To finish it off, where it even begins to down Kinsugi before they even have a chance to wonder how they can bounce back. Henrik Renewal, they are here to play. Sort of automatically categorizing themselves into that idea about where we've got clear-cut entities, at least in the form of NEXGA, you have NKT, of course, Clutch Gaming, and I think overall, for teams like Renewal, making that fear held that we're here to play and we're gonna hunt you. Looking for that hunt towards this time might face a heavy presence because 3 defenders waiting, just hoping, but they back off in time. Renewal instead they have money.
This could be disaster. Renewal are just running it down. They press past man. They're crunching there, man. Vasily trapped in this, has no way to recover the bomb. It's out in man's land, and he's not gonna be for this world either.
And again, off to a great start on that defense into 2, and at this point, just a matter of GG go next. Hope we pull off something in Mirage for KINTSUGI.
At all. Team once again with all they can muster, the UMPs, the FAMASs, and E9s brought out. Aggressive controls the bottom of Banana. Zerote pushing the avenue. He's down to Pain very soon. At this, there's a nice crossfire set up towards the top of Rooks on top of Hut. News playing dark. Mick playing close with left. It seems like Crossfire is based just off of contact, so they're about to swing wide.
How aggressive are getting again? 2 players first in mana. Like you said, that could have towards it, and they're expecting that the way Rooks would. And it comes into play. MIQ News, they each find one, they shot them down. That Crossfire is into an absolute massacre.
Yeah, Matt is. Before we even get a chance to recuperate what happened, Team Renewal finished the round. This is gonna be one CA. I wonder if some level of domination will be displayed in as well. If that is the case, then we're heading for a quick goodbye.
Exactly. Yeah, Anubis might just be a tease for us. Assuming able to continue that vein of form, but let's say the small hope may be, because this is Renewal's map of choice. Heading into Mirage, we get to see maybe in slightly more comfort. Though I can't imagine they're not comfort on Inferno. But right now, again, weaponry in favor of Renewal to play aggressive. They've already found early pick as well as inflict serious damage onto E-Fire. KINTSUGI just Prey waiting, and Prey run into that same position. MIQ and Tempe, but this time they spot him out. Eagle to shut him down. KINTSUGI may be able to pull off.
Oh, just about down to a 2v3 with Sealy. He keeps the hope alive, and one as he strikes, it's back to a 1v2. RQ left with 14 HP. This might finally be a round that KINTSUGI gets to their own name. Will they be able to delay the inevitable? Will the Gen right here? Bomb recovered. They can now go for the plant. Eric fakes the first step of him jumping up towards loft, but he's actually coming down towards mid once again. From the smoke, we see he's prepared. And Team Kinsugi finally get their third round. But is this too little too late, CA? Will they be able to mount the comeback and go all the way? Or is this just delaying the inevitable?
It's definitely late, but is it too little too late? We'll have to see. Every round gives them a glimmer of hope, really. It's like a mirage in the desert. Even though Mirage is the next map, the mirage right here is for Kinsugi. Trying to find that little bit of hope, trying to find that little bit of water in the desert that has been this map so far. Inferno really has what Renewal has made it to be, as they burned down any chances. But this time, Kinsugi trying to live up to Renewal's name, renewing their chances in this matchup and pull off maybe a round in consecutive fashion, help build their economy up a little.
Timing. Rooks. Oh, the fight almost took place. No damage exchange from either side, but they disengage. Rooks fall back towards the bottom of
backing
mid.
off Crips. Not as much aggressiveness.
Yeah, they know for a fact that Kinsugi have better weaponry, so they don't need to be aggressive the moment I say that. The one moment I say that, Zerote, he's popping heads like it's just his birthday and he's trying to pin all the balloons down. Oh, two wonderful deagle shots. Of course, he does get taken down in the end, but once again, it's a 2v2 and not in the good way for Team Kinsugi. Wonders down to his last legs. He's also trapped towards the pit. The bomb, on the other hand, is on E5's back and making its way towards the B side. Team Renewal now ask themselves some serious questions. What is Wonders hoping to accomplish with it? Absolutely nothing, says News, as he dispatches him off to the Nether Realm, and now they go in for the retake. Aricule will not bother waiting. He wants to put in all the smokes. Oh, maybe not just yet. And at this time, his teammate has also arrived in from CT, so they can both strike together. They've borrowed him down, and he's been spotted out. Fire gets the flash off quickly, but Aricule will dispatch him. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's the game. That's map number 1 for Team Renewal.
Yeah, 16-3, they're able to pick up the victory, and despite the strong effort right there towards the end in that 1v2, I like the idea of playing construction post-plant really. But again, 1v2, Aricule just too clean, able to clean it up and pick up a stomp, a dominating victory really for Team Renewal. Great start.
Yeah, that was an absolute stomping from Team Renewal. We were discussing whether this game can go to map number 3 or not. Well, now we're just wondering if Mirage will be long enough, if it will be longer than Inferno, because this was a very quick one. You don't often get to see 13-2 stomps this early in any tournament for that matter. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Team Renewal looking like they are absolute chads.
Yeah, exactly. Giga chads, right? Especially the way Aricule and Zeralte were playing, they just no respect, and that confidence you could really see go up like stonks all the way through the map. The more they got contact, the more they got to win those engagements, the more we got to see them taking it, and it's gonna really set us up for an exciting affair heading into Mirage, because now we get to see Kinsugi maybe try and show up on a map of their own choice, but I'm not sure if that's even possible given the way Aricule and Zeralte seem to really be feeling themselves.
Exactly, right? I mean, at least towards the start of the game, both of them were using all the utility properly. They were flashing for each other, while Aricule sets up his teammate for success. We have Ruse lurking in apartments all the time. At the same time, while Aricule is doing his good stuff, Zeralte is right with him. So they were playing for trades. They were playing CS in the standard fashion it's supposed to be played. But towards the tail end of that game, even they gave up on discipline. Even they gave up on trying to play properly as such. When they knew that just W pressing and clicking mouse 1 was working, they decided to let all their inhibitions go, leave aside all logic, and just have some fun.
Yeah, and that's that psychological factor that I was talking about in the pre-match lobby, where the idea that when a player or a team in general gets off to an outstanding start, you're going to get to see a lot more so-called ego peaking. I like to call it confidence peaking, but it's something that's definitely viable if you get into the minds of your opposition, and you could see that clearly coming into play for Renewal. That's why the fear lies for us, I guess, going into Mirage, where is it going to be that same psychological advantage almost that Renewal have, or will we see a sort of revival from Kinsugi?
I hope we can see some sort of a revival. I would hate to see this be an absolutely one-sided game. I hope that Team Kintsugi can step up and give Team Renewal a run for their money, if not win and push this
Yeah.
to map number 3. Mirage certainly seems to be a little different for teams like Kintsugi, because we got to see their aggressive side only towards the later half of that first half. They started playing aggressively towards mid, which did not work, but their banana aggression paid off. And if they
Yeah.
take their lessons from Inferno, then Team Kintsugi should be playing aggressively in Mirage as well. Of course, it's not as easy to play aggressively in Mirage because there's so many different avenues you need to take care of. At least in Inferno, if you like barrel down from mid and barrel down from banana at the same time, you can catch the T's at the bottom of their ramp. But that is not a luxury that the CTs can have, especially when they're on a map like Mirage. They will have to spread their defaults out thin, and that means Team Renewal will be offered more individual duels, which basically means
Exactly.
trouble.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see if whether or not Team Renewal is going to be starting on the attacking side once again, because you can see they were much more all throughout the entire map looking to be in control of the tempo of the way the round was played as compared to Kinsugi, even on their defensive half, where we saw Renewal looking to really get aggressive down banana, down mid. And if we're going to see that again in Mirage, because like you said, that's where it becomes even more individual. You don't necessarily have as much of a clear avenue as you may have from banana to mid to approach your teammates on that sort of defaulting process. So it does leave vulnerabilities, does leave gaps and chinks in the armor for either team to exploit. And I'm sure players like Ariukil and Zerolte, they're eager to just move in for the fight, eager to exploit.
Definitely, Zerolte was on fire this entire game. And he's not usually supposed to be the entry fragger. At least we saw that Aricule and Ruse were the tips of the spear. Ruse towards apartments and Aricule towards banana. But when Zerolte was like, hey, you know what, Aricule, you've had enough fun. Let me come in and peek them myself. That's when the game became a little more interesting.
No solo farming allowed.
Yeah, no farming allowed like that. Because Aricule and Ruse were getting all the stuff, right? And Ruse, I don't know, man. This guy seems like a snake oil salesman because every time he enters apartments, he's able to sell that fake so well. He's able to keep so many of the Kinsugi members just stationed, not even towards the side. He has them stationed towards the shed, has them sheltered towards the right side of the side. Not even like on the side near the boxes, like in the open in no man's land. And I'm like, that's so weird. Is he like trying to watch two different positions from that part? So Ruse is basically making Team Kinsugi doubt their own position, doubt their own setup. And yeah, if that many seeds of doubt are planted in their mind, then nothing good can sprout from it.
Exactly, and the way Renewal play as well, where they exploit every part of their default. We saw them, of course, the standard default where they go for the 3-1-1 or 3-2 split sometimes. The idea was always the banana presence, and Roos is just going to try to establish a lurk of his own, and then off of Roos' presence, sometimes they would go towards banana. But what I really like is that further extension where sometimes they just force down banana, sometimes they just force down apps, and they're sort of playing with the minds of Kinsugi all over. Are they going to play slow? Are they going to play fast? That's a question to answer. And then you have to wonder, is Roos alone? Does he have backup? It's just too many things, I think, coming into play for Kinsugi, and it really puts the advantage into the hands of Renewal, because every single time it's them dictating the conversation. It's them forcing Kinsugi to think a certain way.
Yeah, and even when Team Kinsugi tried to bring in a little bit of their own original thinking, right? The example that I'm going for over here is the round where Kinsugi picked up that double op setup. They had one of the ops posted towards the bottom of apartments, just watching the entrance of stairs. That's too narrow of an angle for an oppo to be holding. Yeah, Shotgun is much better off in that position, so that did not work. Of course, that was the same round where Team Kinsugi pulled off the 2v4 retake as well, but that was after they dropped the op. So when they can pull off these 2v4 retakes, it tells you that Team Kinsugi is capable. They have the ability to coordinate well and break open the crossfires of Team Renewal in their post-plant setup. But at the same time, if their own crossfires early on in the round are that bad, then it means Team Renewal can go in and plant very easily. So no matter how good you are at retakes, it's just so much easier for you to just fix your defaults and stop Team Renewal from coming in the first place.
Exactly. That early contact is where we're hoping to see a lot more from Kinsugi, because like you said, they've certainly shown us the potential through different parts of the round, especially on the attacking side, where it felt like they did get a chance to dictate a lot more the way the game would be played and force Renewal into their playground. It did look like Kinsugi were better off. Though, again, this is a very small glimmer of hope, right? Because at the end of the day, it comes down to that fragging power that Renewal have brought to play. It does look like they are going to just be able to force it down the throat of Kinsugi every single time. So more than even stabilizing this map, Kinsugi need to make a statement of their own. Because if we are heading into Anubis, then this map needs to be Kinsugi's in every single way.
Every single way. I mean, if Team Kinsugi can just break down Mirage into smaller parts, smaller manageable parts, then I think they should be able to make this work. One round they focus purely on aggressing towards A, one round purely aggressing towards B, and this is when they're on the defensive side. I mean, when they're on the CT, and even if they don't take mid control actively, if they just keep tabs to make sure that Roos can't lurk, that's all they need. That's really all that they require. Because Roos was able to sell so many fakes simply by being present towards Loft, sometimes towards apps, or even Boiler for that matter. He was able to get in there, make noise, and just do his business, you know? And his business was buying space for his teammates.
Every single time, right? Roos just able to really attract or take away and use the presence that his team has created to take away so much space further on and use that look to good fashion. And I think on Mirage it's going to honestly be more plausible, the options he has to be able to look through. So it does look a little scary, but at the same time it is the choice for Kinsugi. So right now all we can do is look at the end of the tunnel and hope there's light for Kinsugi, because right now it does mostly spell doom in the name of Renewal. And for Renewal, it's all about continuing the scene, because we talked about throughout the first map the idea that they made that statement already with the 16-3 stomping victory. Now that they're able to close it off in similar fashion, then it really does send a sign to all of our known quantities out there in the tournament that, hey, this is a team to look out for.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. That was map number one of game number one. And Team Renewal were able to win it quite easily. Let's see if Mirage is just as easy for them, or if Team Kinsugi put on a good show. But all of that after a short break. We'll see you around the corner, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports Championship 4.0 presented by AMD with Logitech G as our gaming partner and Fanclash as our fantasy partner. Now, we saw a stomp in our first series. Renewal really off to a great start, and we're looking to get back into that action with Cribs joining me on the desk. So, Cribs, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling a little worse than what I was in the morning because that match was not what I expected it to be. I thought that this would be a closely contested affair, but it turned out to be a stomp from the side of Team Renewal. And now that we are heading into Mirage, even though it is the map pick of Team Kinsugi, given the way they were playing, I feel like they will have a slightly harder time playing in Mirage than they did in Inferno.
Yeah.
It's somewhat easier to crunch down mid and banana in Inferno, and while you're doing that, you can leave alt mid a little unattended, which Ruse was basically exploiting. But when it comes to Mirage, you can't crunch down upon two places at the same time. Because of the map structure, you need to have some presence on mid at every single moment, and that comes at the cost of giving up sides, or you reinforce 10 sides and leave mid with just barely any reconnaissance. Either way,
Yeah.
you're in trouble.
Absolutely, and I think that simple idea that we're going to get to see both of the teams really focus on a singular power point more than the options they might have had when we looked at Inferno does set us up for more of a feisty showdown where, like we got to see in the few rounds that KINTSUGI were actually able to pick up on Inferno, it was that chaotic sort of setting where they were able to bait Renewal into certain sites or also just be able to play on trades as a whole. I think that may come into Mirage more as a focus, but at this point I also feel like I'm just trying to build hope, and I'm not sure how much of it there actually is given the form Renewal are in.
Yeah, Renewal are in top form at this point. You can see how Aricule and Ruse were hitting their shots. At one point, Zerote basically got bored and was like, yeah, screw it, I'm not throwing utility for you, I'm not flashing for you, I'm coming in with you. It's called trading, son, look it up. That's what he basically said to his teammates.
Exactly, and that little bit of confidence echoing through the entire team, almost radiating, really. You know, you really start to feel like you're playing as a unit together. But more importantly, I think a team really starts feeling that they've come into themselves and settled down comfortably, and that is crucial in every single best of three series. So Renewal, that's why we keep saying they have a massive advantage heading into Mirage, even though it is the map choice of Kinsugi.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Mirage, taking that mid control is so much harder than it is in Inferno. If Team Kinsugi play aggressively like they did in Inferno, things can probably start paying off for them. But then again, only only one of their two aggressive attempts actually worked out for them. The other run that they were able to get was on the back of a miraculous 2v4, and that was in a retake situation. That does not happen every day. You need something more reliable rather than counting on these one-off aggressive plays. You can't be a one-trick pony in a game like CSGO. At the same time, even if you are too aggressive on mid, it doesn't really guarantee you success, because we've seen that Team Renewal are more than comfortable switching up the pace.
Yeah.
At the start, they were playing in a very defaultish fashion when they were on the attacking side. They were having their players hold apartments, hold the bottom of mid, creep up banana slowly. So we've seen that, the slow pace from Team Renewal as well. And then we've seen them pick up the pace when they just go for these Blitzkrieg B hits. Sometimes they go for Blitzkrieg ultimate attacks, which they then go and, you know, turn into an A side two-pronged assault from both arches as well as the cart. So yeah, Team Renewal more than comfortable picking up the pace and dropping it at the same time. I can't say the same for Team Kinsugi, and that is the devil's. That is basically the belly of the beast.
Definitely, and we saw it echo on their CT side as well, right, for Team Renewal, where they looked to get aggressive early till Kinsugi really responded in similar fashion. That's where we started seeing Renewal respect, especially when they were on the Rico, that space. And I think it does come down to that sort of jackal fight almost, where the only way we're going to see a close battle is if Kinsugi come out all guns blazing, take the fight to Renewal, make them back off to a certain extent, and allow for that space then to flourish. Because right now, Team Renewal, they've got them wrapped. They're looking to suffocate them, maybe even pick up yet another stomping victory. And I think we're just about ready to witness it.
Yeah, more than that, there needs to be certain layers to your game, right? I mean, when Team Renewal were playing, even on the defensive side, they were using their utility sparingly. They were conserving it for the later phases of the round where Team Kinsugi would actually begin their assault. Whereas when Team Kinsugi were on the CT side, they would just basically dump down all their volleys, all their smokes, run out of all the utility within the first 40 seconds of the round, and then for the remaining 60 seconds of the round, Team Renewal have their lay of the land with no utility to stop them, and they can do whatever they want. And that basically it means Team Renewal doesn't really have to worry about sparing the utility as well. It was a very one-dimensional game coming in from Team Kinsugi. Let's hope that changes in Mirage as we hop into the game very, very soon.
I really like that idea that you mentioned as well, of the way the utility efficiency really existed for both of the teams, because we saw from Renewal on their CT playing aggressively early, but like you said, very cautious on their utility usage, where at best they were trying to trade it up and never actually using a lot more than they needed to. Never worried about taking space. They're always looking for a fight, but at the same time not as eager. So more controlled sort of aggression really from the side of Renewal compared to Kinsugi, like you said, who continuously were baited out on that default that we saw Renewal come into play, draining that utility really and making it so much so easier when they decided to really put the pedal to the metal. But Mirage, it's going to be a whole different map. I hope a whole different ball game, though the way the first started, it looks unlikely.
I mean, one can hope. We can hope that it's somewhat close. Inferno definitely was. I don't want to use the word one-sided, but it was a whitewash. But I hope Mirage is not the same. Obviously, utility usage a lot more difficult in a map like Mirage. In Inferno, even if you use 2 smokes when you're on the attacking side, it is somewhat possible for you to lock down a site. Like, let's say if in Inferno you're hitting the P side, you put 1 smoke towards the the right hand side of CT. You only need to check for flower pots in that case, and the second smoke goes towards coffins. 2 smokes, you've got the B side under lockdown. You're going towards A. Unless you want to contest arches, you throw down 1 smoke, don't go towards arches at all, and then the other smokes you can use towards pit and mortar. In fact, sometimes teams don't even like throwing the smoke towards pit. They just molly it out and flash it out in that case. So the amount of utility that the attackers need in a map like Inferno to make that execute happen is significantly lesser. In Mirage, you need 3 smokes minimum every site you go, 3 flashes minimum everywhere you go. So, of course, as an attacker, it's much harder to hold on to that utility. So for CTs, it's somewhat easier. And wait, I still don't know which one of these teams is going to be starting on the CT side or the T side. Wait, do you have an idea? So that maybe we can theory craft a little bit more, or should we just hop into the game and find out ourselves?
I don't think I do either, so why don't we just literally theory craft? Because we're ready to go game quite soon. So we will get to see. But I think, like you said, it's going to be crucial for either team, given the way utility functions on either side. To get off to a strong start, especially since if Renewal get a start on that attacking side, they're once again gonna just grab this game by its reins, grab this map up and look to finish it off the way they did Inferno. And it certainly looks like might be the case, but Renewal actually starting on the defense. It's Kinsugi already off to a fast start, pressuring them down.
Yeah, Kinsugi have gone for a 2-pronged approach. They climb up towards the mid window where News is ready to intercept them. Vasily, he boosted him up, but he does not follow suit. The remaining members of Team Kinsugi now look to hit B in a very fast fashion, and Accuracy has already jumped out. Mick towards bench. He's holding this crossfire in tandem along with News, and Mick alone is enough. 3 crisp, clean headshots, and that is the funeral of Team Kinsugi. Make it 4 for Mick, as this guy, yeah man, he's deadlier than a MiG-21.
Just pop. Easy clap. Quickly done for Renewal. And boy, at this point, Crips, again, we thought Kinsugi got off to a fast start, really getting aggressive down towards that B side, taking apps control, trying to get their way in, but no, Renewal just hold it down, and it seems like the idea that Renewal might just be a more complete team, I think it's really coming into light.
This time, Team Kinsugi going for a similar approach, except the main difference over here is they've left Wonder Z towards the A main region. I don't think he's going to be able to sell a fake by himself. I don't think he wants to sell a fake. Maybe he just wants to pick up a kill or 2 as the members of Team Renewal then start rotating towards the B side. But he's already given up his position. So I can't really understand what's the play here from Team Kinsugi. Accuracy is able to get a pick onto News from mid because he did not expect him to be that close. Arikul though, good trade from him. But all that is, after all that is said and done, Team Renewal will know exactly where Kinsugi is headed. And wait, the bomb carrier might just be killed over here. Zerote is in perfect position to kill the bomb carrier. He can even hear the footsteps. This must be him relaying the information to his team. While he can figure out that there's at least one player over here, I don't think Zerote knows that that's the bomb carrier. 3 Kinsugi members still towards the B side. Can this work for them?
Zerote right now just holding on Palace, hoping to catch someone out, and while Rue responds in fashion towards Zerote does exactly that in T-spot. Shuts one down, and now with the bomb isolated to hillside alley, a player stuck in apartments. Renewal really closing it down towards Bane. He's got nowhere to go. He's just stuck.
Pain. You can actually feel the pain. Imagine dying after the timer runs out. You not only get the penalty, but you have absolutely nothing to work with either. Kinsugi, after all that is said and done. Okay, wait, actually, I think he might have gone down just 1 second before the timer hit the mark. So he still has money. Yep, okay, my bad. He still has money. They can afford the weapons. They've got an op as well in the hands of accuracy. Let's see if we can deliver.
Yeah, most definitely. Weaponry still for Kinsugi is gonna come into play, and accuracy with the op, but immediately down mid we see contact, and it's Kinsugi coming out on top. Like you said, Kinsugi, maybe they'll be able to rally back this round.
Oh my goodness, this is so jarring for them. Zerote on top of stairs, he's able to get a big pain. Instant trades comes through from mid. He's ready to be intercepted by Rooks, but they literally walked past each other. That was so funny. Rooks gets the easiest kill of his life, and Kinsugi have the advantage, but they let it go. At the same time, at least they're able to get the bomb down.
And now Crips, that small advantage brought up. He's moving in from CT spawn, looking for a 1v1, but the op holding it down, just not gonna happen. Kinsugi, despite that funny moment, they're able to pick up a round. And the eco advantage to boot.
Well, at least this round works for them. They couldn't find much success on mid. That very funny exchange between Rooks was, I don't know, man. It is definitely going to get me chuckling at the night as well. But at least Kinsugi were able to make their approach from A main work, as they were able to quickly lay down the smokes, get into the site, get that plant. That was one of the rare rounds where Team Kinsugi was actually able to get the man advantage. Let's see if they can hold on to it, because Renewal has switched things up. They, this time, have gone for a mid defense instead, where there's one player towards the ladder room and one in connector. And the moment I say that, the connector guy Root strikes from the shadows. Op versus op action towards the top of B van, and it's accuracy who strikes. Pain, double kill towards mid. This is Team Kinsugi hitting their shots, and all of a sudden this looks like a very different team from the one we saw in Inferno.
Yeah, the switch up on mid defaults for Renewal just working out beautifully over there though. Like you said, Kinsugi actually taking action, picking up the pace and taking active mid control, but this time Renewal ready with a mid trap. They make them pay, and despite the fact that Kinsugi get access all the way to B side, the bomb left behind, Renewal's mid play is what comes really into focus, and they're able to shut them down, pick up a crucial round really.
Whew. Team Renewal, they instantly reverse the momentum. They relinquish one round to Team Kinsugi, but after that they instantly fix their mistakes. They double down on mid, making sure that Kinsugi don't get the picks over there. And even though Kinsugi were able to get into the B side, the bomb was left all the way back towards T-spawn, which then Renewal captured.
Oh, but look at this now, Kinsugi. 3-man fast, running down towards back alley, looking for their apartments control early. And the way, again, Renewal has spread themselves, it's for that mid-trap, and News holding it down with his op. He's already found value clips.
Tetris already inside. E-Fire was allowed to get into Tetris. Arikul did not spot him at that time, but he makes sure that he catches him at the end. Very aggressive positioning from the Opper as well, but Rooks has already been taken down, and it's now up to accuracy to make things work. They strike towards B. There was a team kill from Accuracy as he actually ends up shooting down his own teammate Vickley, but it doesn't matter as long as they're able to get into the site. But what's the point of getting into the site
No
when your
bomb.
bomb is towards the T-spawn, man?
Crucial error made right now. Might just put Kinsugi's chances in this round out of their hands. The Renewal players especially.
Oh,
Having the health advantage with Pain. He's managed to shot one down in the bomb. Now heading towards the A side, but Ariukul, he has the read. Has an inkling, but he's also worried. He's gonna have to make that right call, Crips, because you can see the bomb now heading towards that A side. They're gonna be able to get the plant down. And that will mean Ariukul not ready to intercept.
oh, poor Adrian. At least he can kill the lurker in the form of Pain. Now he's got two options. He can either continue going towards the bomb or
he's
he
pushing
can
up.
save the op. Both of them are good options, but wait. Ariq walks right past Accuracy, and Accuracy has heard him go past.
Oh, Accuracy. Definitely should have an idea of where Ariukul is coming from. He's just playing it slow. That time, expecting Ariukul on site, and it's Ariukul able to take him down, but I believe not enough time to pull off the defuse. So
Yeah, not enough time, no
Win-win.
defuse kit either. At least
Yeah,
he
no
knows
defuse.
where the op is, so he can save that.
yeah, a win with the silver lining for Renewal, but the win it is for Kinsugi. So I think they'll be happy that compared to the first map where we got to see a 6-0 stomp start from Renewal, this one a lot closer, and Kinsugi mostly able to control the way it's played. But Renewal, time and time again, changing their setups in the nick of time. I wonder if they do that again, because while that mid trap really did come into play 2 rounds back, this time we saw a heavier focus towards the extremes, so maybe Renewal go back to the original.
Well, whatever works for Kinsugi, they will definitely try to repeat it again. Except this time, making sure that the bomb actually gets carried back. Accuracy tries to make a play towards Palace, but News shuts him down. Zerote as well. He kills Whistle towards mid. So Team Renewal are basically getting kills everywhere. Towards mid, towards A as well. There's absolutely no contention. Oh my god, Rooks
Well,
gets plucked off mid-air by Pain. That's gonna hurt.
and now Pain has access to B site in its entirety. Hoping to bait some presence into himself again. The bomb not picked up early for Kinsugi at all. They very much want to respond in the LA fashion, and they're doing so now, trying to get the rotate towards Beeper. The early setup for Renewal seemingly with a very clear objective. Keep that mid control, that triple stack towards mid. It already paid dividends, and they're happy to play retake on B now. Ooh, I say that to a news. Maybe a bit wrong pick.
The B-side open for so long, one wouldn't have expected that the bomb hasn't still gone down. Zerote from Windows is able to get Pain, who was hiding towards at least the bench. But the remaining members will not be allowed to take post plants. E-Fire and Wondersy, they strike. Instead of going for post plants, they go for fights, and now Ariq, he's left with a mammoth task on his shoulders. A 1v2 in the works. Can he pull this off? He knows exactly where Wondersy is, but has no idea that E-Fire has already gone in towards apartments, and now he will find out the hard way.
Kinsugi, after a huge round yet again on the back of that player that we've come seeing into action over these last few rounds. Pain himself, he picked up a 2K just a few rounds back, and now with a crucial opening towards that B site, allowing his team the space to be able to get in, set themselves up. And I like that proactive approach, like you mentioned in the post plants. Looking for the fights, not willing to wait and allow Renewal to commence the retake. It, I think, definitely caught Renewal by surprise, and will once again play a factor in that psychological aspect of, can Renewal even look to take clear-cut aim fights anymore? Do they have to be a real more disciplined? Because KINTSUGI, they're responding in fashion here. Crips 3-man down mid.
3-man down mid, and this is gonna be a fast one. They're waiting to just go on the other side of the smokes. Meanwhile, Pain has already killed Mig towards underpass, so that's a little bit more pressure alleviated. But
Oh my god.
Renewal
Look at that.
stacking this area as well, it could be disastrous. He looks to get the timing right from Palace, and he's managed to spot one player out. He can't dive out just yet because his teammates are now making it in from Connector. Zerote was prepared, but Rooks gets the knife. Okay, that is just above me, man. That is beyond me. I don't even know how he's able to get that knife out. It was so cheeky.
He sneaked in all the way from apartments towards back alley, past that player, more towards Bisha and mid, and he got the knife, but as he gets back on site, he gets taken out. It's KINTSUGI picking up the round, and I will say, while it was really cool to see the knife, the round is what matters at the end of the day.
No, I think the knife matters more. A lot of money,
fair.
$1,500 bonus, and psychological damage inflicted, which will be very difficult to
True,
recover
true.
from.
Very true. It's
Yeah.
that constant. It's literally like when you get knifed in the back of your brain, the knife leaves a memory in the back of
Yeah.
your brain.
Yeah. Especially when he was able to do it, like you said, right? He'll go out from back alley, get into underpass, stab him. With Kinsugi being none the wiser. Sure, they were able to get mid control, but that was the cost. And knife in the back. This time, once again, Kinsugi. They're going for a very two-pronged approach. They try to take mid, but with no intention of going towards A. Instead, the bomb is still towards despawn, and there seems like there's no clear picture for Kinsugi. They're just walking into mid, offering up themselves for the fight, and Renewal is just picking them off. They turn on serious mode, and they're just hitting all their shots. Ridiculous. They're all able to just get one shot each and then fall back. Okay,
Man,
so the flawless round for Team Renewal.
it's exactly as you said it. Kinsugi didn't look like they had an approach in that round. Definitely looked to contest mid a lot more, reacting off of what we've seen from Renewal so far, which is the heavy mid contention they've played a couple players to it. Underpass sometimes, the double connected approach as well when news on that operator, but with that much spread out, it's something we talked about in pre-lobby too. When it comes down to that solo engagements, it definitely looks like Renewal, of course, since they're in CT as well, they have much more of an advantage, and Kinsugi just get picked off like flies. This time though, a much more concentrated effort towards this apartments area. They've taken early control, but they've got the look set up down mid. One player already finding himself near chair. That look could really come into play.
Yeah, but I think the lurk is gonna be anticipated over here. Kinsugi, while they have some control towards this apartments region, they haven't really been able to make any say towards mid. New still looking towards A main and alternating towards connected every now and then. But the moment mid control is attempted by Kinsugi, Renewal has a rotate in position, takes down one player from connector, has spotted one more going towards the top of mid. So that's information relayed once again. He now repositions himself towards the nest, from where he is more than capable of taking down anyone who comes towards underpass. Just needs to peek a little. E-Fire, on the other hand, he takes an exchange. Frags going back and forth from B shot as well as connector. This has B written all over it, and Renewal might be prepared.
Again, he set their sights on B, though it's Pain opening it up. Takes down Roop, immediately a trade towards Mick. Make sure that B shot is not accessible, and unfortunately for Kinsugi, B shot is where the bomb was coming from. Zerolte holding it down, now coming in to back up from connector. He finds one and leaves it all in the hands of Pain. In a 1v2 situation, facing off against Arical on that op, seemingly impossible. Can Pain truly live up to his name and make them feel the pain?
For this little time left, I don't think so.
Nah. It's again that connector play really coming into focus for me, Crips. The way every single time Renewal are putting heavy presence on that connector, where they're willing to give up most of mid, but connector almost seems to be the line of control, where if they want to contest it, when Kinsugi look to pass it, and every single time Renewal able to get value.
Again, they're always getting that value. If Team Renewal can actually double down on mid this time, because up until now, they've always had to have one of the A players take that position. In fact, this is going to be a fast A rush. Mid is no contention this time. Payne and Wesley, they place hard into the side. They pour bodies in. They're looking to catch the two remaining players as they try to transition inside, but he's got the bomb carrier, and that's what matters more. Weasel picks up the op. Now has it aimed down towards connector once again, ready to stop anyone coming through. But Rooks has already got the skill towards CT, and now he's trapped inside. He's so nervous to even plant right now. Flash thrown in to help his teammate coming in from connector. At the same time, Nate goes down towards the tall box, which clears out all the positions, leaving only firebox unchecked for, and that's exactly where Vasil is hiding. He's now transitioned somehow across this tiny gap, and I'm surprised he's still alive. I'm surprised he hasn't gotten shut down yet. Finally, as soon as I say that, Mick puts a bullet in his brain.
Kinsugi trying to edge it out in these small margins, but Renewal just deny it. A complete change in approach, and a very beautiful one, especially from Renewal. And despite how much closer this map does seem to be. I think what really stands out for me for Team Renewal after their stomp in match 1 is the fact that they seem to be adapting faster, the fact that they seem to be reading faster almost what Kinsugi's intentions are. Those intentions most definitely might change because again, the early apps control taken, this time much more passive towards mid, almost expecting Renewal to aggress. This time though, Connector goes in favor of Fire News with the op getting shut down, Crips. And mid control gained for Kinsugi, a mid to B coming into play, but they've had to give up apps to make this happen. So again, just looking to extract value, they find a player on B short, Weasel another. And now with the 2-man advantage, Zol just about regrouping.
Oh, Zerolte almost had that one in the bag. Nade chunks him down to 33 HP. That's a chunky one. And he's positioning himself, ready to intercept E-Fire, but E-Fire is sharper this time around. Aricule now still towards jungle. He's been smoked off, cut away from the action. Rooks is on the backstab, but I don't think this is a round which he can make happen. Nah, this is absolutely not working for Team Renewal. Kinsugi, they look like such a different team from what we saw in Inferno.
Yeah, exactly. We are talking about how Mirage might just be slightly more comfortable, and that slightly might be underestimated because Kinsugi, they look a lot better. They're adapting faster. It's not really like they're getting beat down by Renewal and forced to play in Renewal's player ground altogether. No, Kinsugi answering back time and time again, and I especially like the approach in this round, right? Well, they did take early apps control, forcing the rotation and the presence towards that B site, immediately recalibrated after leaving one player towards the further lurks of there to retake mid control, and they shut down Connector for the first time across this attacking half. Connector actually going in their favor. Renewal looking to respond with aggression, but Kinsugi just shut them down again.
This seems like a round where Kinsugi can actually slow down the pace going towards mid, and this might work for them. Although Pain has already been shut down, so that seems like a little bit of a problem. At least Kinsugi still have the man advantage, and now that they've recovered the bomb, they can continue going towards the A site. Unfortunately, Weasel, no idea why he was still towards B short. They have absolutely no intentions of going here, but there can be one player very problematic, and that's Ericule. He's been taken care of. Now no obstacles in the way for Team Kinsugi. News is very far away. He can get the kill onto Wondersy, but he won't be able to stop the plant. And even if he's able to get into the site, E-Fire is already on the way back from that murder hole. He's ready to backstab News, and he's not prepared for this one. Accuracy with the op puts a bullet right in his guts. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time, it seems like Kinsugi have actually given Team Renewal a run for their money. Tied at 6-6, with 3 rounds still left in the half. This is anyone's game for the taking.
And look, man, in this first half, these teams have been going at each other. At this 6-6 point, of course, the weaponry advantage in favor of Kinsugi should help them pick up the lead right here. But more importantly, so as we near the end of this half, Kinsugi, they need that lead. Because as we talked about, the way the first match ended, especially the way Renewal were dominant on the attack, I'm expecting them to be that much stronger on that second half. So Kinsugi, they need to end this off in a good fashion, and they're already looking to do so. That mid control just so damn effective, they picked up a flurry of kills.
Yeah, it seems like Team Renewal just had to go back to their good old reliable strategy. Kill everyone. And it seems to be working out quite well. Of course, Renewal actually to fight against these AKs have no chance but to just hope to trade out, but even that's simply not happening. Renewal now on their last legs. Zerolte left to his own devices. He can probably get maybe one kill, steal a weapon or something. Definitely should be able to. Oh, never mind. I thought Zerolte could easily kill Accuracy as he walks into murder. Hole, but Accuracy's got a spring in his step.
Yeah. And 7-6. Kinsugi, they pick up the lead. Really, this round, absolutely crucial because we've got a few to go in this round, a couple. And with the buy coming into play for Renewal on this round, the weaponry in place, they've got to pick it up. And they are looking to shut down that mid presence this time. Early Connector, aggressive positions taken with that flash, looking to fight even. And it's Zerote. Shuts one down, looking for another renewal. They respond back and they fight that mid control. But Kinsugi, with the op, they're able to trade it back and make it a 4v4. Nothing gained for either team, it's just a flurry of trades.
4v4. Balls are left towards C-spawn. Renewal. This is so risky for them trying to go across these spokes. Weasel, he's just about to get towards the bottom of mid. Maybe he can attempt climbing up, but that will give away a sound cue. His teammates have already reached Tetris and they're about to jump out of balance as well. And that's the opening that they needed.
Okay.
Aricule goes down. Zerote still towards jungle. Is only able to catch one before Weasel sucks him down. 3v2 Team Renewal are in no position to stop this plant.
And Crips, that early trade towards mid paying off for Kinsugi. Because the only position left open for the CT because of it was that palace area, was that pillar area, and Kinsugi take control. They sneak their way in, they catch off that connector player towards mid, and with that crunch, they're now able to get the bomb down, win the round, and an extremely important one because that was effectively that buy round for Renewal. Now, I think they're gonna have to go for a bit of a broken buy here in this round, and it does mean Kinsugi get to walk away from this half in looking quite good.
Yeah, definitely in the lead. They've already won the half. Even if Team Renewal win this round, and 8-7 would mean that Kinsugi take the lead for the first time in the series, and that's definitely gonna feel good. Jump into it as they now walk up towards mid. Instead, the flashes were not placed properly, and that's why they get only one kill. Mick is able to kill Fire, but that is about it. Everything else gets picked up by Kinsugi.
That was a Hail Mary push if I've ever seen one from Renewal. They just decide to say, yeah, let's go for it. Maybe a little bit of luck will help us out, but it certainly didn't seem like it was ready to come into play. Now 4v2, like you said, Kinsugi, they taking their time with it, trying to keep up their man advantage, but a lone player caught off guard, wonders he gets taken down. Kinsugi, though, respond in kind fashion. They find the trays, and that's a lead as well in that first half.
How can Kinsugi take the lead all of a sudden after getting stomped over in Inferno? Renewal just basically did not seem like they were able to trade all that well. And while we said that Kinsugi will have a harder time trying to take control of mid this time around, it seemed like the easier option was just be able to trade each other out. We saw so many times that we have a Renewal trying to play on the edge of those smokes, trying to get cheeky kills, but Kinsugi, we were anticipating all of them. And every time Renewal tried to play aggressively towards apartments, Kinsugi were prepared for that one too, always having someone on the other place towards underpass to intercept. Now that the sides have been switched, Kinsugi's on CT, and they are going very aggressively towards the top of mid. They've already got 2 plays stationed over there. With this, they should be able to hear the footsteps, and the A hit is imminent. Kinsugi, don't try to contest too much. Beastly just pecking along and trying to pick off as many plays as he can, but instead they run him down towards CT. Oh my goodness, this is a disaster. As so many kills go in the favor of Team Renewal, once again they find themselves in the lead. Accuracy trying to keep his skin alive, keep his skin in the game, gets shot in the back. And a plan has been changed all of a sudden. While they attacked A first, they then take CT and go towards the B side instead. This is a big bamboozle that Kinsugi were not prepared for.
And you can see that coming into play. E-Fire and One Disease just get shut down, and Renewal pick up a beautiful pistol and a chaotic one, I must say. With the way it especially started off in the start, and like you said, that bamboozle to go all the way around towards that B side. Renewal really showing up in that first round of the attack, and they most certainly have to, because again, Kinsugi with that lead for them, I think it's all about building up to that op on accuracy. He was able to do a significant bit of damage on the attack CT side as well. So on the CT you expect him more so, but mid contact for working out for Roof first time, that sniper's not gonna get shut down.
Juicy shot from Mig. Instant decapitation as Kinsugi are falling like flies. This was expected when Team Renewal have the better weaponry, but Kinsugi, I thought maybe they can play some cheeky ankles. That was the plan. Didn't end up working as expected, and now now that Team Renewal already taken A side under their control, they have no thing holding them back to stop them from going towards B instead. I mean, they don't even go for the plant, they just simply start hunting for people before the bomb even goes down. This is very weird. Well, if Spain has picked up a weapon, he can definitely get some more economic damage done. Okay, this is going out of control. Team Renewal's plan to hunt him down is actually going wrong for them. They're losing weaponry. And if Pain is allowed to save this AK, then this would be ridiculously good. Not only do Kinsugi have a decent amount of money to buy in the next round, but they can actually force up once again. The Deagles did not work, but with an AK and maybe a couple of SMGs to boot, they should be able to put together a scrappy buy that can give Team Renewal a run for their money. If not, then Team Renewal will be the one to equalize the scoreline. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We expected a force buy, but not to this extent. I thought they would invest in more SMGs, but rather it's just some armor and a couple of pistols coming in from the side of Kinsugi. The hero AK in the hands of Pain is going to have to pull off massive dividends as he gets boosted on top of Underpass. Pain is able to get one killed on mid, but instead his teammates have fallen towards the A site. And this means Team Renewal can easily go for the plant. Pain is going to have to do some massive digging if he wants to get his team out of this trench, and through the smoke he's able to get one more. Aricule, he did not overextend, but Pain had his sixth sense enabled.
Oh, but look at that post plan, look, going down. They pushed in all the way, trying to get into the back from CT spawn. And it's Rue instead who finds that value, fighting down Connector. Renewal effectively reenacting their CT side on this post plan, and they do so in triumphant fashion. As now with this round, 3 rounds picked up consecutively on the start of this second half, Crips and Renewal, they will be able to even Stevens up that scoreline 9-9, and it's that tail that we're seeing once again that we saw in Inferno. On that E side, Renewal just look much more comfortable in focus as they're able to dictate the tempo of the round.
Well, at least the tempo has been regained, and so has the scoreline. As they salvage whatever was left, Team Kinsugi can finally muster up another buy. The AWP comes out. Accuracy, he's been living up to his name and showing us exactly what he's made of, but this time he needs to go above and beyond. So far, Team Renewal haven't really shown us exactly what strategies they bring to the table, because they've only been going for very haphazard pushes so far. Once they slow down the pace, that's when the trouble begins for Team Kinsugi. It doesn't seem to be this round because Renewal is still going in quickly, but Kinsugi, they're faster. One kill towards Palace, the other one towards mid. Kinsugi are able to hit all their shots. Even Drew has been sent down, packing to 5 HP. So this could be a massive disaster.
Very aggressive down this mid area. You can see E5 just waiting for someone to push in, but they all the off snipers nest and instead put that focus towards this B shot. But Kinsugi, they're just holding on, playing discipline. Just as I say that, the Costas curse strikes. MIQ, he finds the crucial one, and now for Kinsugi, it's all about those mind games, because look at the way Renewal have pushed up. Kinsugi again get picked off, Crips, and they're falling like flies. There's enough time for Renewal to regroup, and they're going to look to do exactly that towards this A site. Especially with Arikul picking off one. They're moving their way across the map like a snake, and they're squirming them around and making them pay. Renewal, against all odds, they pull back a 4v2. How?
Yeah, this is exactly what Kinsugi did to them in that one round in Inferno.
Man.
And Renewal, they have basically shut the door on their face. Pain, once again, has to be a miracle worker here. He's the man who made the previous round look possible for Team Kinsugi, and now he has to make it all his own. Slowly keeping in from Connector, makes first contact, Arikul taken down. Mick has barely any HP left, but will he check the corner? No, he will not! Mick stays under heaven, stays protected, and he gets the round for his team. Team Renewal hit double digits.
Yeah. And what a round, Crips, to do it on 9-9 when the AWP was coming into play from accuracy. And yeah, I think he's got it once again, but just to be able to shut it down despite Kinsugi's early success, despite those early picks, Renewal, they just fundamentally punish Kinsugi for making crucial errors in that 4v2. You don't want to split up, you don't want to look to hunt them down, you want to stay grouped up, and they give Renewal an opportunity, and Arikul especially really comes up huge through that. It's going to be a huge momentum swing in favor of Renewal, but Kinsugi almost looking to shut it down early, get aggressive and find one.
And while Renewal do lose one player towards A, they have made plenty of space towards the B side as they get all the kills required. So Rolte popping the hell off, making sure that nobody can come in from market either. The one player who was boosted into the ladder room, he's been taken care of as well. At the same time, Weasel now has to regroup with his teammates if he wants to have any hope of retaking the site. But maybe this retake will be a little easier than expected if Renewal keep fighting this aggressively. One more smoke, lay down to his market, and these might be a little cheeky as Arikul can spot Weasel through the smoke once again. I thought this would be a knife attempt coming in, but I guess they won't have the opportunity to do so. Accuracy plucks off Arikul as he extends further. Time running out. HP advantage lies with the side of Team Kinsugi, and wonders he strikes once again. It's now Zerote left with 11 HP. He's up top. Spike planted for him. I'm sorry, the bomb rather, but while the tap defuse, can he get the kill onto Wonders? Yes, he can. Another flash to follow. He's taking it.
What?
No way Zerote is able to clutch that on 11 HP.
Oh my goodness gracious me. Wow. I was again around that Renewal had no right pulling off in that fashion. They do so, and in spectacular fashion, no less. Renewal on this attacking side, they got off to an extremely strong start with the first 3 rounds, but the last 2 they have been extremely close. Nail-biting round scripts going down to the wire, and every single time Renewal players coming up clutch.
Oh, that was so close. Good deal damage from Kinsugi, but it's Renewal who win the fight. It's just one last player. It's Weasel stuck towards stairs, and he's good for 1. At least he's able to shut down Ericule. The danger man is out of the equation, but too many members are now lost. Kinsugi, without weapons, without numbers, and without utility, have to pull this one off. Renewal, it seems inevitable that they will be able to win this round and get to 12, but Kinsugi need to do some economic damage because Renewal, they are looking so good after winning 2 consecutive rounds. Economy looks solid. More deagle shots being rattled off. Oh, this could be a massive instance of timing. Mick right across the corner. And E5 is able to get the headshot on him. Well done. He can now recover the AK, but the moment I say that, News will shut him down with the op, the much bigger gun comes out.
And Payne, last one left to stay in a familiar position once again. He gets gunned down with Renewal. Now off to a 6-round consecutive win streak on this T side of their own. Looking extremely convincing and inching ever so closer to that victory. Not just in this map, Crips, over the entire series, because they are 1-0 up. In terms of that BO3, Renewal now looking to finish it off, and despite that resurgence from Kinsugi in that first half, despite the fact that we got to see them a lot more in play, taking control of the map, especially with their mid defaults, this Kinsugi, unfortunately, looks like they are just getting that down. But as soon as I say that, Weasel actually goes for an aggressive peek down mid, picks off 1 and will slow down Renewal to a certain extent, and E5 doubles it down.
Yeah, E-Fire should not have had it this easy. There was supposed to be a double peek coming in from Rooks, but instead, he climbs up into window. E-Fire is ready to intercept him once again as he gets shot in the back of his head. The first instance from Rook is to climb up towards bench and help his teammate trade out towards B shot, but when he failed to do that, he thought that maybe he can make up for it by taking control of window instead, and then he failed it both. E-Fire on fire this time as he's getting all the frags. And Team Kinsugi catch up.
Exactly, and it's really about that proactivity for me again. This time, Weasel taking up that charge, getting quite aggressive down mid with the help of utility from his teammates, able to find that early pick, and it really put Renewal in a state of chaos in their mid default. Like you said, the trading potential not there for that peek down B shot. If I'm able to double it down and find another down Viper's nest for himself, and Kinsugi pick up a crucial round. Almost stabilized the thing for Kinsugi now in terms of the economy, but the same cannot be said for Team Renewal, because given the close nature of the last few rounds, Renewal now trying to just force it down this area. They found 1, and Zerote, he's leading the charge. He's trying to be that hero AK, but it just doesn't work out.
Oh no, the hero has died, and now the villain half of Kinsugi begins as they are on the resurgence move. Bomb recovered. They can go for the plant, but none of the members of Team Kinsugi are in position to stop this plant. And they don't need to be in position, especially when Mick offers himself up. He had no reason to fight towards window, but he does. Weasel coming in from being shot, the rest of his teammates coming in from market. Rooks has a massive task on his shoulder. This 1v3 is nearly impossible unless he can isolate these frags. He's figured out where one of the players is. Here comes the peak. First man down, playing range around the roses, just across the player, and the spray does not connect. Weasel's able to swing wider, and he gets that shot finally.
Kinsugi able to pick up yet another round, and we're really heading closer and closer to a possible overtime here. Really exciting one, no less, because given the way Renewal were able to get off to the start, the hopes were low for Kinsugi, but damn, I love a comeback story, and that's exactly what Kinsugi are in right now. Now they've got to decide if this story is one for the scripts only, where they end up losing, or if it's one that makes it all the way to the movies. The comeback actually makes it happen. And Kinsugi trying to do exactly that once again. Playing a heavy mid presence here, just leaving one man towards the pillars, but that's where Renewal have their sight set. 5-man execute maybe towards his A site, Crips.
Yeah, but the 5-man execute is being held back by the Molotovs, at least for the time being. Will this prevail later on?
Accuracy does find that first pick, but Kinsugi, it's shutting down Renewal altogether. That execute is not getting to come into play. That immediate reaction from mid towards the A side especially crucial.
Whew, and that was a fast one too. What a spray down by Team Kinsugi. Especially the barrage of utility just being dumped at them. It seems like whatever fast-paced assaults that Renewal have in store for us will not work unless they make their basics correct. And whenever they slow down the pace in Inferno, they seem to get so much done, and Kinsugi were basically bamboozling themselves. But it just doesn't seem to be the case now. That are hitting the again and again with full base. Rooks is able to get one, but E-Fire Wondersley, both of them strike, underpass and A now in control as News tries to restabilize themselves. His position has been narrowed down. Fire just on the edge of that smoke. His head gets spotted, and Zerote takes it clean off of his shoulders. Kinsugi were in control of this round, but now all of a sudden Pain finds himself alone in a strange land, ready to stop some people who he has no idea about the positions of. And you still able to win that fight? That is just ridiculous, man. Pain was holding that angle. He had no business losing that fight, but News is just so aware.
Yeah. So damn close. Nail biting essentially, but damn, again, it's Renewal this time who come up on top. And this time, it's gonna be again. Up, available in the hands of Accuracy. Looking to make it work. He's got a couple players lined in his crosshair, but it's almost like the Spidey sense come online. The first time Renewal decided, you know what, let's not commit.
Yeah, but that smoke, it's such a big bait. That smoke was basically thrown in by Kinsugi to fake the fact that they're going towards underpass, but there's actually nobody present, and now that Roos has confirmed this presence, they can continue moving mid. Kinsugi basically were buying time with this one. Mid was smoke deployed, but at the same time, Kinsugi are trying to buy time by using utility of their own. Try to stop them at A.
Look at these scripts. Renewal, they have access to ramp as well as Palace. They've taken aggressive A control and with mid control as well. It's just a matter of enacting the split, especially with that first pick going down. Weasel taken away. The rotations have arrived. 3-man stack towards this A site as Renewal get ready to force it down. The execute underway, the split, trying to make it happen, but that stack comes alive, Crips.
Very quick succession of frags. One to see inaccuracy getting a frag each. Zerote left to his own devices, and unfortunately, Kinsugi is just a bit too strong.
Yeah. Despite that initial pick for Renewal, maybe a little too much time taken on getting that bomb all the way from that T-spawn area towards apps, towards A then. And at that point, you could see the rotations came through, and in that site hold, Kinsugi once again on A side. They've proven it twice now that they are just better at holding it down. The executes just not working out for Renewal. They're instead gonna have to go back to defaulting, look to play for the picks. But one clear difference I have to talk about here is Kinsugi always prioritize mid presence towards their T side. Doesn't seem to be the case for Renewal. Instead, again, trying to fight down B apps, they've already lost one. Make that 2 and a 3.
My goodness, they're falling like flies at this point. Kinsugi are just getting all the shots. And this means Renewal, this eco is certainly not going to work for them. Kinsugi get that much closer to map point, and they might just be able to force Anubis if this is the case.
Anubis potentially to come into play, and like you said, Kinsugi trying to push it down, play it round by round to force down match point. But for me, Renewal and MIQ right now is just about maybe getting a frag here and there, getting some damage, and he most certainly does. Takes on accuracy, and that will be one less weapon, though not much of a concern for Kinsugi. They've really built up their economy to a large extent and will get to do so, especially so in this round. Renewal, on the other hand, was the eco for buys now available. We're really gonna have to see how they adapt to the simple difference that we're seeing from both the teams, where that mid presence, especially that connector hold for Renewal in the early CT side, really paid dividends. We're seeing Kinsugi play a lot more focused aside, because that's what Renewal has shown us. A lot more focused towards those executes, towards taking early area into transitioning into those sites itself. And once again, looking to do that here.
Missed nade. It's okay, we've seen worse. It isn't really a game breaker at this point. And it wouldn't even have gotten anyone because there's no members of Team Renewal present towards Palace anyway. Kinsugi, on this other hand, they are actually dropping the pace. They aren't playing aggressively anymore like they were before. They take control of mid, they let it go. They have one of the players just stationed towards window, and they're just jump spotting at this point.
Yeah, he's trying to potentially just force Kinsugi into a bad spot. Make them make a mistake so they can pick them off, but Kinsugi happy to be disciplined. They're holding it down, laying in their angles. It's once again that connector coming into focus. Renewal, they've taken mid control, inkling towards the connector, looking to set themselves up for an A split once again. Per Weasel, he shuts them down, and again, this A site has yielded no value for Renewal, but they keep going it down like a, and keep getting grinded on. Kinsugi refusing them space, but Aracle, he definitely buys some, makes it a few possibilities open, Crips.
Oh my god, accuracy still spotted towards jungle, and he's got the Yop. Unfortunately, Renewal have no smokes left. They plant the bomb, but they have nothing to hold Kinsugi at bay. And in this 3v4 retake, Kinsugi also have no utility, but they definitely have the diffuse kit, so the time is in their favor. All they need to do is be super careful. News, on the other hand, is going for a wraparound. With this murder hole lockdown, eFire should have absolutely no say in this round. His teammates towards CT also have no choice but to fall back. Oh no, Aricule, he ran straight into accuracy. He overextended. But I guess it's still fine because people are calling it a day. They're going for the save. They're running to the hills.
Yeah, I think News hearing footsteps of that rotation away from the retake, prompting Aricule's effort to hunt them down, but instead they get picked off themselves, and Renewal should slow down. They can't afford as many weapons as Kinsugi does to lose, but they are able to afford by once again and equalize that scoreline, more importantly so. At that 14-14 mark now, with both teams on the precipice of either taking us to a brand new map for both of these teams to play on in Anubis, or an end of the series, though a very roller coaster one with the stomp in that first map, now almost overtime in that second. Renewal, they renew their strategy once again, this time much more heavier towards the after the bomb going down as well. A clear intent shown, maybe just a 4-1 split with B-Shot coming in late.
The B-Shot will not arrive at all. A lot of the players are just heading towards apartments and just trying to sneak through the smokes. As the flash goes through, they can go the jump, and everyone has their eyes closed. Pain, he did go undetected towards the van for just a second, and that's why he's able to get that one kill. But Weasel, he's able to get another kill through the smoke. No more utility to shut them down. Accuracy still tanking the molly, thinking somebody would peek him, but it yields no dividends.
That 4-1 split really does pay value though, as that one player left towards mid able to cut off a rotation, even though he gets traded off. The fact that he's able to bring it back, but beautifully so. But in this retake out of nowhere, okay? Oh, what?
Kinsugi are just absolutely incredible. They jump right out and they win all their duels. Team Renewal did not have the best of crossfires, but it was still somewhat potent. Kinsugi made it look like they were holding a house of cards.
In cascading fashion, picking off all three of the players without expecting it was definitely not so, especially since Renewal playing those aggressive choke points almost, those crossfires, rather than electing to play deeper on side for Kinsugi. They make them pay, they expect them in those spots and shut them down. It's a crucial round picked off, 15-14 now. Kinsugi in prime spot to take us to Anubis, and they picked off the first player as well.
Accuracy starting off on a good note. Can News respond in kind? Oh, he takes a little bit of damage through the Molotov. That gives away his position. The sound cue makes Weasel peek at the right time. Zerolte left their own devices. Oh, poor Zerolte. He's peppered down to 24 HP. E-Fire has no remorse.
No way.
No way he's able to get away. Of course, he gets shot down in mid-transition. And now Rooks has a nearly impossible 1v3 to pull off. The bomb not on his back. Accuracy looking down towards him. Scoped in hard. And Kinsugi win. From a stomping defeat in Inferno to redemption in Mirage, Kinsugi have come alive in this series and they are taking us to Anubis.
Most definitely, Crips. Kinsugi against all odds, 16-14, just on the very edge. Able to pick up a crucial round, a crucial victory. Now take us to all the way through to Anubis for our third and decider map. To find out exactly who will take it all. And boy, oh boy, Renewal, they're going to be ruining their chances. They're going to be ruining their efforts in Inferno. They're going to be wondering what went wrong.
I have no other choice but to just simply say it as it is. I feel like Team Renewal overextended quite a lot on many occasions. Even after the plant went down, they wanted to fight, which was absolutely unnecessary. And this was the situation in like 4 or 5 different occasions, right? In 4 or 5 different rounds, we saw something similar. Many a times, the utility which was placed by Renewal, at least when they were on the attacking side, when they placed that utility, Team Kinsugi always find a way to play around it. Whether it's them holding just the edge of smokes or whether it's them asking their teammates to throw in flashes so they can peek on the back of it. Kinsugi played Team Renewal like a fiddle. And Kinsugi knew that as long as they are the ones who are dictating the pace of the round, they will win. So they always played very slowly towards A, where their anchors are just basically unkillable. And accuracy is just an absolute demon while he fights towards mid. Even E-Fire had so much impact. E-Fire sometimes plays from B short watching mid, or sometimes he just plays from the B side watching apps, and he's effective in both those positions. Absolutely phenomenal gameplay as every single member of Kinsugi steps up.
Yeah, it's really that heavy mid presence I particularly like from Kinsugi, not just in their CT but in their T side as well, where early on Renewal were shutting them down because of their double connected approach. Kinsugi able to adapt, figure a way out, secure that lead in that first half, and then going into second, it's that mid presence that once again comes into play in denying Renewal's early stint of form, getting a lot more aggressive, then setting up the crossfires like you said with E5 playing on B short. So Kinsugi, it does certainly look like this is a team that has a lot of potential when they are comfortable on a map of their own choice. Certainly didn't look the case in Inferno, and you have to wonder if it's the same case going into Anubis. If Kinsugi are comfortable, if Renewal are as well, because given the fact that it's a relatively newer map, you expect one team to have slightly better preparation at least.
Or neither of the teams are prepared for it, and we get to see an absolute bonanza with both the teams just trying to figure it out on the fly. If that's the kind of game we see, then I don't even know what to expect. It's anyway a new map, which, I mean, some people must have played Anubis. A lot of people say that this was a pub stomper map, but now that it's entered the tournaments for good, I honestly don't know what to expect, because the next game will be my first Anubis game as well. I haven't casted a single map of Anubis before, so stands to reason that we are all in for a surprise.
Exactly, and I'm excited for this surprise. I hope it's a good one, not the kind of ones that blow up in your face, because it might just blow up in the face of either of these teams. But we'll find all of that out after a small break. See you on the other side. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports Championship 4.0 presented by AMD with Logitech G as our gaming partner and Fanclash as our fantasy partner. Now, my name is CA, joined by Crips on the desk, and Crips has been a roller coaster one. 16-3 on our first map, 16-14 on our second. Certainly not what we were expecting.
Definitely not, right? It seemed like Kinsugi just came alive. Something consumed them, just overwhelmed their opponents entirely. And with such ferocity too. I wouldn't exactly say that this was a very clean game by Team Kinsugi. There were several occasions where members of Team Renewal were able to walk in dry and win those fights. But that was the problem, right? Team Renewal were walking in dry several times. And whatever utility usage that Renewal were doing properly in Inferno just fell flat on its face in Mirage. Now that we head into Anubis, it's uncharted territory. Not just because it's a new map, but also because our perception of the teams has just changed so wildly over the course of these two maps. We truly do not know what to expect when going into map number 3.
Exactly, and I think these teams are definitely not going to know what to expect from each other as well going into map 3 because we've seen
Exactly.
very different shades of each other emerge across the first two maps.
Yeah, I mean, across the two maps, it seemed like in Inferno, team team Renewal had just no problems, right? Whether they used the
Yeah,
utility or not, whether
they're
they
in cruise
played or
control.
not, they were. The cruise control is when you're just moving along slowly. Like these guys were trying to speed run the
Fair.
map. They were trying to run Team Kinsugi into the hills, and Team Renewal were just basically winning aim fights as well. Sometimes ego challenging them and still getting away with 2 or 3 frags. And they thought they would be able to do something similar in Mirage. They very soon learned that they will not be able to. And I guess that's exactly why Kinsugi picked up Mirage as their map choice, right? It was such a stark difference between the two maps. Kinsugi later on, they were making their rotations really well. They always had VC just watching either mid or from his position in jungle watching Palace. At the same time, the anchor E fire towards the B side was just phenomenal. A side had a little more dynamic, a little more dynamic defense in terms of setup, but once again, Kintsugi were just super precise all over the place. And I believe Team Renewal tried the mid attack a bit too often. Of course, they changed it every now and then in terms of timing, in terms of whether they want to fight towards B shot or whether they fight towards market or whatever. But even after all those changes, the overall crux did not change, and Team Kintsugi still stayed in charge.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we saw that clearly, especially in a few rounds where Renewal were able to get their mid presence, establish themselves towards connector, even take over Palace and Pillars, really looking for that split tape. And despite the fact that Renewal had the man advantage on the map, the 3 stack, that early rotation, like you mentioned, for Kinsugi really coming into play, helping them shut them down. And you could clearly see the difference between Kinsugi on Mirage, where they had those early rotations, where they had a mid aggression from time and time again to try and quell the flow of Renewal altogether. They didn't have that on Inferno, so a stark difference in terms of preparation really affecting the gameplay of these athletes. And I think going into Anubis, that preparation going to be absolutely key. Now, I'm not sure if there are coaches on either side, but if they are, I think this map is one for them.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be one very weird map to play because mid over here is so much more different from the mid in Mirage, right? I
Yeah.
mean, the CTs obviously have faster rotations, but at the same time, those rotations can be pretty easily intercepted by the terrorists if they have some lurkers present in the region. Now, retaking is gonna be another big challenge because we are not familiar with what are the best positions to hold the post plants for. There's several opinions on whether you should play from side or whether you should play from long, whether you can fall back, but both of them have their pros and cons. So truly this will be a surprise for us. I mean, even me for that matter, I've only played Anubis casually. Even when it comes to a competitive stage, sure, while a compy or two might have been enough to figure out what the map feels like, it is very different when it comes to professional play.
Yeah, and I think the one thing, at least for me, that is going to be crucial off the top for this map is that mid control again that we've seen on a vast from both of these teams on Mirage, because for CT especially, making sure that a rotation is clear is going to be crucial. So maybe if you're able to enact a 4-1 split of sorts, leave someone lurking down mid, maybe they can catch a rotation to off CT. That's something we might see coming into play. But given the aggressive nature of both these teams, I'm expecting more of just a showdown to head down towards that mid area and more of clutch-based presence than towards side, because we have seen players really pull out rounds out of nowhere. We saw that 2v5 for Renewal, for example, and we saw Kinsugi as well on their own T side pull off a miraculous round here and there with Paint. So definitely a lot of pop-off potential available, and on Anubis I think also more crucial.
Exactly. So much more crucial for a team like Renewal, especially when they go into Anubis. I'm not sure which one is the more prepared team on a map like this, but certainly the trading potential available on Team Kintsugi was so much better on a map like Mirage, where they at least knew which
Yeah.
positions was being marked by what player, and that's why the trading was successful. In Inferno, it seemed like they were all over the place. And if Anubis, if both the teams are equally unfamiliar with the map, so it's gonna boil down to trading, right? When it comes to position-based trading, I think Team Kintsugi is better, but when it comes to just making decisions on the spot and backing up each other, then I think Team Renewal is better. They're able to adapt on the fly more.
Yeah, definitely. I think, like you said, fundamentally, Renewal does seem like a team much more comfortable in acting different types of players. But I think the execution of Kinsugi, when they seem to have clarity in their mind, that's where they have the edge. So, in that terms, going into Anubis, again, it's about the style you want to play and being able to adapt to that initial opening move that your opponent brings onto the table. So, we'll have to see which team is able to find that crucial setup, is able to find that crucial transition, and able to find the success so we can kick off this first BO3 of the day.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to head into map number 3 of the first game. It seems like it's gonna be a classic knife start. Classic stare down. Can production give us confirmation whether this knife round is just these teams fooling around, or are they actually like trying to do knife round for the side pick? It's for the side pick, I'm assuming.
Ah, it's the knife round for side pick here, Trips. So, an important one. And right now,
Just nodding at each other. No.
it's a game of chicken. Waiting for the first move, trying to bait it out. Ariuka and Renewal, they're getting a little itchy, you can see, for Kinsugi. They're holding their ground. Will they be caught unaware, or will their patience actually pay off?
Come on, do it. Stab each other. Make knife go.
Go ham! Murder!
There you
And
go.
they do exactly that. And it's the patience for Kinsugi paying off till the backups comes from Rooks and News. It was almost like a trident approach, you know? Like Renewal had 3 players just hard aggress, and then the other 2 just came and cleaned it up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how much you can strategize knife rounds.
Yeah, you
To be
can't.
fair, you can't really do that.
You can only
Trying
stab. I thrust here and there.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a bit funny, not gonna lie.
And the side pick coming through for either of these teams as we get ready for Anubis. As you can see, it is going to be Team Kinsugi starting us off. Haryukul though, already looking to get aggressive here. It's going to be all down to those 2 players, especially Haryukul and Zeroltic, to get Renewal off to a good start again, like they have in the first few maps, and looking to do exactly that. Instead, it's News coming up to play. It is that mid showdown.
Oh my god. A mid showdown turns into a long showdown real quickly. At the same time, Team Kinsugi are already in the way. Bomb goes down. A smoke to keep them away from the side as it fades away. E-Fire gets double peeked and he gets back up off pain at the right time. Kinsugi are able to make this one work. They know exactly where Mick is coming from. He's already stepping to the side. Has no choice but to go ahead and challenge. E-Fire is prepared for this one.
And Kinsugi come out on top on this pistol. A crucial one, no less, because like we were expecting, it's really that trade potential coming into play. Teams electing to stick together, maybe take a little lesser risk considering the fact that there is a lot more unknown territory and unknown potential for the opposition to play out. You see most of that fight going down towards Palace and backside in the last round, so it's again, it is going to be Kinsugi on that T side, where it looks like both of the teams are generally more comfortable. Heavily spread out here, Trips.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, and the moment they spread out, these kills go all over the place. Connector, bridge, some even in the deep B site. And surely after getting these many kills, Renewal will plant, right? I'm sorry, Kinsugi will plant, right? Actually, the answer is no, because they have their bomb left down on the T-spawn. They did not even have any intention of
Classic.
planting.
It's classic Kinsugi defaults, right? They never pick up the bomb early. They always just look to spread out, look for this early contact, and then much later, maybe like 40, 50 seconds into the round, that's where we might see them inkling towards the bomb. Or unless they get contact early, and if they pick up frags, then they start moving towards the bomb. But hey,
Yeah.
maybe it's something that Renewal could look to exploit because they've got their buy on right now for themselves, an equal round, and already Renewal off to a good start.
Fighting towards water, and Renewal are able to get plenty of kills. At the same time, News has been picked off towards Torches, so that is another win condition coming in for Team Renewal. Kinsugi finally seems like they can be stopped in their tracks, but the round isn't over until the fat lady sings. Wanda Z is still coming in from room. might be able to rejoin his teammate Accuracy, who's now trying to make his way back up the stairs. But I think even after all is said and done, they won't be able to get anywhere close to a bomb site. At least they have plenty of time left.
Really interesting, especially because Renewal, you can see aggressively playing for that mid control, double stack towards connector. They set up players from walkway towards mid, and they play heavy anchor on that A side, giving up board control, but being able to spot it out from their position on connector. Rooks, he finds another, and while one does get the trade now in a 1v4 situation. Not got much hope, but he's able to steal himself behind enemy lines.
Oh, he's just running into the side, hoping that he'll be able to get there before anyone can intercept him. He spotted one player towards the bottom of water. He knows there's going to be at least one in A. Where are the other two? He's hoping that this gamble will work. Making his way from Palace, going towards the B side. He's looking at his right side where his enemy is, and Zerolte has the upper hand.
Renewal with a crucial round, especially with minimal weaponry loss, will be able to build up their economy. Look to get that up online ASAP. And now the onus on Kinsugi Crips. They have to look to contest that heavy connector presence that we're seeing from Renewal pulled out to deny that mid, because like we talked about, that mid a really crucial aspect where is that earlier entry for the T side, but a much more robust setup in terms of positions available for the CT. Again, through middle, they're able to take control on that double connector, just denying it. But Kinsugi, on the other hand, they push in towards A, they recognize the lack of presence, they find that first pick.
My goodness, this was really fast. They've already gotten to the bottom of A main, and with that early kill going in the favor of Team Kinsugi, that A main pick is going to make things so much easier for them. At the same time, Vasil, he's already picked one off towards the bottom of pillars. B side also now seems open. Renewal, they are running out of options. Meanwhile, Kinsugi have plenty of them available.
We recognize that heavy presence from Renewal towards that mid, so they snap up the extremes oh so quickly. Kinsugi adapting beautifully now in a 4v2. Should be able to comfortably close out this round. Nice. He finds one, but he's not going to be able to find a miracle.
Oh, unfortunately, he did not have enough backup over there. Hughes was very far away from the action, and this time he doesn't even get a chance to start moving towards the site. E-Fire has already snuck all the way towards Cave, and he's about to he basically shot him in the back because no info was available on the side of Team Renewal. Kinsugi's just running away with this game.
And it's a really interesting thought now that both the teams have to really take, because on one hand, if Renewal exits their heavy mid presence, instead decides to play more on site or more on the extremes, it gives free mid presence to Kinsugi. But on the other hand, Kinsugi have already shown an answer to if Renewal decide to continue on their mid trap. So Renewal, they try to pick up the best of both worlds. They are on the eco though. So without the weaponries, these duels nigh impossible against the resurgent might of Kinsugi.
The volley fails, but that doesn't really matter at this point because his only intention was to keep the CTs from pushing towards A main. As he himself owns this area and the rest of his teammates just poke and prod towards mid. Wonders he's able to pick off News. This also is another crucial kill as Renewal are just going down like flies. Kinsugi's able to get kills towards B as well as towards A. Again, they have so many options, they can go literally anywhere. Oh, so catches Roots dirty. He's trying to check under and he gets shot in the head. Another flawless round for Kinsugi.
Yeah, was the eco though, so now we finally get that up one line there for News. So Renewal, they'll have something to play with in this round, and they need this one for sure, because the one thing we haven't seen across our two maps, we've seen a stomp, we've seen a close matchup, but we've never seen Kinsugi get off to a strong start in the early phases of any half, for that matter. It's always Renewal starting strong and Kinsugi bouncing back. But this time, without having to bounce back, can Kinsugi enact a stomp of their own, maybe?
Oh, but Renewal this time have changed things around. Instead of playing back from the side, they're actually holding double connector. This could be crucial. They haven't really peeked towards the bottom of canals yet, but at the same time, their teammates are doubling down towards mid. Oh, this is a very strong setup. If Kinsugi decide to challenge this, then they will have to throw nothing but numbers. Maybe some smokes can cut off their approach. But
Look at this, Crips. Outside long control for Kinsugi. They're happy to just let them have this mid control, bait them into this presence here while they snap up the extremes. And it's again the outside long player with the potential to sneak up all the way towards connector. It really has to come into play.
Yeah, but then again, even though Kinsugi have the extremities under control, they're not willing to make a move just yet. They really want this kill on the team Renewal. They want the man advantage anyhow, and they acquired it.
Trade does come out though, and again things slow down. They'll finally leverage that extreme hold, like you mentioned. Move towards that player, towards outside long, inkling towards this B sniper. Renewal have read them like a book. The stack already ready, but the stack gets shot down. Accuracy living up to his name.
Woo! Another AWP responds, and News, he gets one more frag. Accuracy, he's left to his own devices. Ah, poor guy had no chance. He had to watch so many angles that Olte is able to shoot him in the side. Finally, Team Renewal have something to say.
Yeah, exactly. Renewal answering back, and they want to double down on their success here, Crips. They've picked up yet another op. Now both Zerolte and News gonna pick it up, and I wonder if that somewhat improves their setup, because now you can do the mid trap and effectively play one of your ops as the anchor on the other side. So potentially a much more robust setup here for Renewal. And it seems like a rinse and repeat. I think that second operator for Zerolte was nice.
Zerolte flirting with danger. Accuracy also has an up on the other side. This would be a very good duel. Gets legged, gets tagged. Zerolte doesn't get fragged at least, so he can fall back and live to fight another because he now holds the angle from bricks. He would be wise to avoid it like a plague. They would avoid going towards the B side of the fire. Still fighting towards the bottom of mid. Accuracy strikes once more. This time picking off Arakil, one of the healthier players. And that frag will take place towards a long, and New strikes once again. This man is so precise towards A main. He's got the bomb down as well. Backup inbound. Cavalry's on his way. Not just a flash. Can Team Renewal actually recover the spike? Yes, they can. Mick tries to come in a little more prematurely before his teammates can move in, and E-Fire punishes him for the same.
Oh, but 3v3 on the map still, and News has backed off on his op. They've instead gone for the read that they're expecting a B-side play. They might just end outright, because Kinsugi, in the last moment, they changed their minds. Through Canal, through Connector, they're going back to that B-side where Renewal are ready to play.
Renewal are more than ready. Rooks was in prime position to give them all the information they needed. He could hear everything. He was also striking E-Fire down. Knows exactly where Accuracy is, but he can't peek without news coming in from the other side. And now that he's finally here, they can play in tandem. Accuracy heading deeper into bricks. Oh no, this could be disastrous. They have no idea that he will play more aggressively. They would have expected Pain to play long from longs or towards the bottom of stairs, but they're going around the circles. And News has to hit some massive flicks in order to win this one. And he gets the no-scope in. A stylish shot to get Team Renewal yet another round. But he doesn't have a diffuse kit though. It's gonna be close. Actually quite comfortable, but yeah, that was some rounds here. Came down to the nutty shots.
Exactly, and I think News picked up 4 of them. This is what I was talking about, that double op really, where they can use, it was Zerolte's op actually, playing towards Connector to shut down mid, and that anchor op coming on for News, he played it perfectly, where now they're able to trap out mid with a 4-man presence. They're also able to have that anchor towards A, leaving the only side at B opened up, and they predict that accordingly. They expect that lurk towards B side and that eventual hit, and Kinsugi, they end up falling prey. Again though, it's a mid trap, and News, he's got one, maybe even Zerolte might find another towards that A side.
Let's see if the stack works out. Zerolte can peek over the smoke. It's a cheeky one, but doesn't see any presence in Canal. Forced to fall back. Team Renewal are taking it nice and slowly. After losing Weasel, they figured out where the Opper is, so it could be a little difficult. News has repositioned though, so maybe that information will go to waste. Wonders he strikes. This time gets a pick. Side Rooks though, he's having it a little more difficult. So many kills going down towards mid, but still the bomb is yet to make its way towards either of these sites. Team Renewal are in cruise control. And they're so aware about Payne's position as well. Huh. If Airkill doesn't kill him, then News definitely will.
Yeah, and at this point you can see Renewal, they've effectively trapped Kinsugi. Kinsugi not able to find an answer to this setup. The double connector mid trap, the only real opening that Team Renewal leave is towards that long ruins area, towards outside that B site and checking their backs. Without an answer, surely you start taking risks now and again, you start looking for plays, and in the midst of that accuracy, he gets shut down. Kinsugi, they're falling apart, Crips.
So, I don't think they were ever in shape in the first place to be able to fall apart now. Renewal though, at least they're striking, and they are holding everyone at bay. Weasel gets one frag as consolation, but this bomb is dropped in no man's land. That was to be expected when Team Renewal have all the money in the world and Kinsugi don't have much. But now that Kinsugi can finally muster up a buy, maybe they can hit them back.
You're talking about how maybe Kinsugi, for the first time ever in this BO3, getting off to an outstanding start in early parts of that first half might just spell a different tale, but no. Renewal, they bounce back. They live up to the fact that we've been building up about them. Their strongest aspect, their adaptability really coming into play, and especially with this heavy mid presence, Kinsugi, they just now found an answer. Once again, they've got a buy in this round. They need to make it count, because if it keeps going this way, the win streak of Renewal becomes nigh unstoppable.
This could be a cheeky one. E-Fire holding the bottom of A main, waiting for any aggression from the side of Team Renewal, which will not come through. Renewal have left just one player towards the A side, and that's going to be Roots. Everyone else focusing on towards mid and the bridge. Let's see if Kinsugi are able to break through this crossfire. They try to flirt with the idea of going mid, and after showing some presence over there, they fall back once again. They're waiting for their extremities players to make moves. On one hand, we have Wonderful holding outside of B, and we had E-Fire trying to move into A, but Zero, like, he's gonna get him. Zerolte will get the better of him. So that's A aggression taken care of. What do they do with B now? Oh, they're about to strike. Mig spots them both. Takes one down. Payne responds in kind. At least the bomb carrier has been spotted. Now we need to make adjustments.
Oh, but in the midst of those adjustments, one to see he spots them out. So here's an advantage for not for long with Rooks trading it back on Payne. One to see. Takes out the rotation of Rooks, and now we'll be able to just back up, pick up the bomb, and head on towards that ace site. No sound for Zerolte. He has no idea. And in that 1v2, I'm not even sure if he's going to attempt for the retake. Maybe just save the op. But they do have a lot of money here. Yeah.
Well, money is not going to help them much if they can get the round all together. Zerolte with the op. He wanted to get and catch somebody before they crossed.
Yeah.
But he actually takes some damage from the Molly, and that gives away the sound cue. Now they know exactly where Zerolte is. Molly to force out the other player as well. He's expecting a counter flash in return, and his expectation is correct. But the shots are so much more stronger on the side of Wondersea.
It looks like we're headed to yet another close one where we were denied overtime in our second map. Crips, we might just get it here on Anubis in our third, because the teams are neck to neck. 5-5 on board after a great start for Kinsugi. This time Renewal, they bow down. Kinsugi able to pick up a key one. But I will say, the clear difference in this round compared to all others was the fact that Renewal were forced to give up that mid presence early. That double connector setup, broken Muse backing off towards side to anchor down B side, allowed Kinsugi the option to even flirt with that connector canal area and pick up some space for themselves.
Well, if it's space that they require, then it's space that they shall get. Renewal, they've been playing pretty conservatively. While they do show some aggression towards mid, window, and even towards connector every now and then, they haven't really shown any intentions of fighting towards B long yet. In the keyword. Even for A main, they only leave one player over there, and most of the time that's either an Opper or Roots, just holding down A main by himself. They never really have anyone else present. This time it's been changed though. Only 3 members of Renewal focus towards mid/connector. The rest of them, 2 players in fact, holding A main, which hasn't really been done by Team Renewal up until now. So maybe we have something different planned.
double presence towards the side this time for Renewal though. Instead of the double mid, they always keep with the connector players. Expecting that unit to move, so you can see that in their rotations. But Kinsugi on the other hand, they just want to pick up this connected access so they can go for that split B so their players towards B long are not exposed. They are able to do exactly that. One player of Kinsugi actually scratch that, make it 2, able to sneak into mid, and they're gonna fall through the hands of Mick soon. They pushed him back, and with that mid control, a lot of map area taken away from Renewal. They can't even rotate anymore. It's down to just 2 of them in duos to hold down the respective sides.
And while they're losing control of mid, they've at least felt compelled to fight towards A main, and they sent one of the players down in that region. He lost his life. They tried to make the same play towards A long as well. Again, end up losing their lives. Zerote holding on the back of pillar. Baron has not been spotted yet, and he's able to get the sharp shot onto Wonder Z as he catches him off guard. He even uses here for backup, but do they know that they're about to get stuck from the back? Oh yes, surprise is revealed. Zerote is figuring out every single position, but even after having information, they can't do much. Rooks has no choice but to go in for this near impossible 1v3 retake, and his first challenger will come swinging out, and he's able to get the kill. Weasel stops his enemies in tracks. Lovely round from Team Kintsugi this time.
Yes, since Mick knew about that mid push, you could see Renewal, they were ready, and with the Belong players going down early for a second, I thought suddenly it was a 2v2 hold on site, but Kintsugi is stabilized. They make their mid look count, and they're able to pick up the site and the lead. 6-5 on board. Renewal surely at this point look to switch up their setups. That Belong area especially has not been one they've contested. This time with heavier presence towards the B side, playing A completely on retake. Renewal trying to play off the read of a bad weaponry that maybe they'll catch them out, but they don't. Double! And 2 players lost in the Molotov. Renewal just get caught with their pants out.
It's surprising how he's able to cook 2 players alive. Kebabs being put up just for the feast that Kinsugi has waiting for them. Yeah, actually that's a much more straightforward explanation. He's just straight up hungry. Barbecues them, invites the rest of the family to share a piece of the pie as well.
7-5 now, Kinsugi with the lead here in this third map, and the potential to pull off an insane comeback throughout this series, from getting stomped 16-3 to pulling off a close victory 16-14 in map 2. Now with the lead here in charge. Need to push it down again, changing up their default though. This time a lack of mid presence, the exception of accuracy on that op, and he picks one off. Zerote caught over peeking, and Renewal once again. We saw this on Mirage. They're getting over eager, over peaking, and in these solo moments, Kinsugi, they're able to make it.
They've got the right idea. Corner, just on the back of the smoke, he's able to get at least 1 kill on E-Fire, and that is all she wrote for him. He's better off saving this weapon, because there's no way he's clutching out the round with 46 HP left. But I don't think Kinsugi can let him save. They're ready to intercept him, and it's always Weasel to get the final kill.
Yeah, exactly. And 8-5 on board now. I have to ask you, do you think it's once again that idea of what we saw from Renewal on Mirage as well, when we saw them maybe almost getting a little too desperate, looking for those individual plays and getting punished again and again?
No, I don't think they're getting desperate. I think that Renewal have the information early on and they want to make plays on the back of that info. It's just that they don't wait for the right timing. That is all. I don't think they're getting desperate, at least not yet.
They definitely gonna have to be a little more cautious in their approach, because Kinsugi are punishing those mistakes and timings again. This time though, Renewal looking to get much more aggressive, deny bridge control altogether from Kinsugi. They push them back, but again, Kinsugi happy to just absorb the utility and hit back with the bullets.
Oh, so many heroes coming in for Team Kinsugi, but the 5-7 might just pay off dividends. Rooks just chipping around the corner, actually doing quite a lot of damage, so that's pretty impressive. And now he's running him down, trying to chase. He's recovered the weapon, get so much more damage. It's finally Pain who puts a bullet in his head and stops his killing spree.
That should be a simple enough round done for Kinsugi. Haryuka left on his lonesome. He's all the way to ST spawn. May be able to get an exit frag or 2 here and there, but that's all she wrote. But 9-5 now, and Renewal in this round doubling down on that mid presence is going to be something that they really need to adapt in, because we saw it work out beautifully when they came back from 1 to 4. But since then, Kinsugi, they've adapted and they're waiting out that aggression. They're picking them off in those duels because of timing. But hey, Arikul able to get a 2k recover an AK as well. That's a silver lining. Nah. Sorry, Arikul. That was a cost of curse moment.
Yeah, the moment you said silver lining, it turns into a red one. Well, last round of the first half. This could very well be a 10-5 lead for Kinsugi. They've got all the utility in the world. Meanwhile, Team Renewal, not all that much. They're throwing in all the smokes that they have on Ericule, Zeralte, and Mick. Meanwhile, Rooks and News, they've sacrificed utility in order to purchase ops. Maybe this double op setup will pay off. The first op is heading down towards the stairs. Now able to pick off, and News strikes just in time. Viso, the man who often gets the final kill of the round, has instantly been eliminated. But the second op is yet to make its presence known. So far, they're only aware about News being in this area. The second op in the hands of Rooks is waiting on A, which won't be seeing any action anytime soon. But Kinsugi seem keen on challenging mid, which obviously is not the right place to go because Renewal have reinforced it. They've fortified it, and there's no entry here.
So much presence towards mid, and while Kinsugi able to sneak in certain moments, want to see. And Zeralte, they're flirting with each other, playing with fire. Right next to each other is what to see. Is able to pick Zeralte off. Does get instantly traded though. And Renewal will be able to pick up the Ramba. I wonder how this sets us up for the second half, Crips. I wonder if we're going to see the same idea from each team on the opposite side, where it's all about that mid control early and then trying to find those right timings to lurk through the extremes in the mid round.
Whew, I don't think I can answer that question. It's gonna depend on a lot of variables, honestly. But so far, to sum up the half, I can safely say that Kinsugi, they were very calculated in their approach, and they knew exactly where they want to fight. They didn't always have too many defenses towards the A side. They knew for a fact that Renewal were forcing their defenses towards the middle. So you just pick up the fights from there. As well, a similar approach as 3 attackers just run down this corridor. Renewal are getting all the kills they require. E5 down, Wiesel as well. Mick is just basically playing deathmatch at this point because he's away from his team, winning all the frags, winning all the duels. One to see 2 lovely taps, but that's all she wrote for him.
Yeah, it's all she wrote, and that's gonna be us now for both of these teams, really looking to see how they're gonna be able to adapt, right? 7-9 on board. We saw this for Kinsugi in the second map as well. And Renewal were the team that got off to a good start, just as they have in this first round in the second half. But not just do they have to get off to a good start, they need to keep the momentum going. As I think at the end of the day, Kinsugi, they have come out as a more disciplined team, while Renewal a little more chaotic, happier to be proactive and take those fights. Looking to do that once again, down B long. Much different approach from Kinsugi in that regard. It's more focused towards the extremes, and Kinsugi actually make them pay. They find a pick.
Oh no, Wiesel caught looking the wrong way. Had no idea who was up the connector. Oh, but Mick, he's prepared for all sorts of backstabs. While Kinsugi lose control of the B side, they push right out of A, hoping that they'll be able to catch the guard over here. But that simply does not happen. Pain, accuracy, both at this point cannot recover this round. They're hoping to just recover some weapons, or maybe even take exit frags as Team Renewal now leaves the B site. Cheeky frags. Aricule did not even look in the right direction. And now Pain, he's just hoping that more people follow him. Lovely shot onto Rooks. So that's economic damage inflicted. And honestly, that's much more than what Kinsugi bargained for. But hold on.
Oh.
This is so much better. 4 kills in an eco? I would say that this is the win in my books.
Exactly. A win-win effectively. Where Renewal will most definitely be wondering what went wrong. Losing out 4 weapons does, but now Kinsugi has significant advantage in this crucial round where they're looking to deny that even-Steven scoreline. They're looking to maintain that lead, and for Kinsugi, they're gonna have to adapt because this is what I was wondering, right? Where we saw very different approaches from both teams on Mirage on their respective T sides. We're seeing it once again on the T sides on Anubis as well. A mid trap set up for Kinsugi though. They're expecting that connector play to come in. And with connector smoked off, it's really down to those mid players because Zerolte, he's managed to sneak in.
Zerolte holding an angle which not many people do. Could be called as a one and done as well, but his teammates are there to back him up. So in case something goes wrong, Zerolte ain't alone. Accuracy from top. Footsteps heard, but Wiesel is still just holding around the corner. This is so anxiety-inducing. See, you can see all of these players just ready to peek at the same time, but Wiesel is not one to shy away from danger.
Finally, the Ariko just breaks off, tries to take Belong control, and instantly the action picks up. Zerolte, he managed to get the trade and an upgrade, no less. He's got a weapon for himself. And now his team can look to enact that split, but from mid, the bomb is dropped. And while it's a trade, now that's information for all the defenders. They should be ready for this B hit, and Wonder Z is most definitely so. He's got that up online. It's all about that first shot of the op. He's able to get the pick. It might just be around for Kinsugi.
Oh, the smoke locks him out of the action. The other one has been placed down as well. While he's in the right position, he will not be able to do much. Spamming through the smoke, hoping that something connects. There's not much that he can do except wait for his teammates and then regroup together to play. One coming in from Palace, one coming in from the street. Both of them are now looking to meet in the middle of the center where Mick holds. But Mick is playing off of his teammates, and he will peek as soon as Zerolte makes contact. Both of them swing at the right time, and Payne stands no chance. A very quick spray transfer and a dink onto Zerolte as well. But unfortunately, it's still not healthy enough to win the round.
Exactly, and again, that connector presence so crucial. The patience of Renewal paying off. Well, the moment they start inkling towards that B split, you could see Kinsugi, they get itchy, they need information, so they go for the proactivity, but they fall into a trap. That heavy presence towards that connector paying off, allowing for the upgrade onto Zerolte, and then eventually leading to that B split where Renewal are now able to make it even Stevens, but with that economic weaponry lead, well, now maybe even pick up the score lead, because this time they expect much more aggressive Kinsugi towards that mid area, so instead they backed off. They're waiting for that, trying to pick them off. And they do get contact, but not able to translate them into frags.
Accuracy, just simply not willing to back off. He wanted to bite a bit more than he could chew. Trying to flirt with the danger on mid as well as towards the bottom of canals. Yeah, that's just way too much for one person to handle. A similar story happens for the rest of his teammates as well. It's just looking to make some economic damage happen, but even that will not come through. Team Renewal. Renewed like Phoenix is their economy refreshed.
Yeah. Same can be said for Kinsugi though. They got a bye in this round. Accuracy back on his favored op. But they need to make this one count. They cannot afford to lose the money out here, and for Accuracy, he's sure to be feeling that pressure, especially on the bottom of that scorecard, to find his resurgence, find his renewal almost, and make it count. Accuracy holding down mid, but look at Renewal. Again, a heavier A presence is the 1-1-3 split where they're waiting out that mid aggression. They're looking to punish rather than looking to control.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, he's putting the term flirting with danger in too literal a sense. Yeah. As smokes bloom both ways, E-Fire still wants to rattle shots off. And that is exactly what invites his death. Arikul doesn't even need line of sight to kill him. He just bases his shots off of the sound cues and punctures his guts. Arikul as well tagged. Renewal? Can they make this one work? Wiesel now looks to make that. And he's being challenged one-on-one. Zerolte not exactly able to win that fight.
That's crucial, Chris, because now with Zerolte gone, the mid pressure alleviated from Kinsugi, they can instead focus towards the sites where Renewal are headed. Right now, a heavy presence towards the A site where Kinsugi, they've got Payne holding down solo. Can he make it count? Can he be the anchor? Because he's got an unknown position. He's got that surprise factor working for him. And Payne, he finds the first, takes down the bomb plotter, and then suddenly makes it work for Kinsugi. Beautifully anchored.
And even if he wasn't there in time, they had backup present. Wondersy and Payne come in at the right time. Payne's so strong in that position. He's like the best anchor that we have seen from Team Kinsugi in this entire game. Lovely triple kill as he holds down the A side by himself, and then Wondersy comes in at the right time to help him out. This was the first time Team Renewal attempted an A play outright, and this is how they get shown the door.
And you can see clearly why for both of these teams that A side was the easier one to anchor. A lot of those hidden positions not necessarily covered by smokes or denied by molotovs. So a lot more possibilities to be creative with the way you want to anchor. And Payne doing exactly that, playing with the timing perfectly, gets that huge round for Kinsugi. And now they're able to stabilize their economy, work on the next, but he's getting burned down, and so will Wondersy. A beautifully timed Molly. News cooks them up and serves them pretty.
But the meal is not over yet as Kinsugi. They still want to give them the check. Want to make them pay for all the damage they've done. And News this time once again walks away with the freebie. Doesn't even have a line of sight onto Weasel, and he still gets the kill. But he does not see fire. Yeah, fire pulls the trigger when the time is right. Another shot through the smoke. Oh, that's the bomb down. And this could be interesting, as he now repositions himself towards the left side. Zerolti is not prepared for this one. E-Fire, that's a second frag off the round. Lovely performance from this man as he keeps this team centered. Renewal have a chance to recover the bomb. They go for the plant. Brooks is coming through.
I think he heard accuracy, surely.
He definitely did.
Here's that jump. That's actually counterproductive to him, because now he's worried about that presence, while accuracy actually goes all the way around trying to catch up with Payne. Payne coming in from CT though. Make it count here as Alfred single-handedly trying to hold it down. Loses that duel, and Payne, he started the crunch. Now, Diffuse ready to come online, and this is what I meant by counterproductive for Rooks, because that audio cue keeping all of his presence towards that mid area, the connector area. Accuracy goes all the way around, and Kinsugi, they pick up the round.
Yeah, because they heard him so early on, they knew exactly where he would come from as well. And Team Kinsugi, they took it nice and slowly. E-Fire knew he just had to buy time because his teammates were not anywhere close.
$11-10 on board now, Crips, and they've got Renewal this time with not much money. News, he's got that hero AK for himself. Could possibly make it count, but otherwise, better weaponry for Kinsugi now. Being much more aggressive on this default. They've taken heavy A control, and if trade does come out on E-Fire's first pick, but it's Kinsugi. They have to back off. Renewal come out on top because they've got mid control, they've got A control, they can crunch.
Yeah, and with Acons also being taken, Payne is in a lot of trouble. He had basically nothing to back him up. No position to go to either. Accuracy is holding down this region, but I don't think that Kinsugi need to challenge this area at all. They can continue going towards the A side, but what they don't know is that the bomb carry is about to get crushed. Rooks, he's able to get the kill onto Weasel.
Nice.
There's one right behind him. This might just very well be a knife, but this is just so long. He walks away at the right time. Accuracy is able to get a kill onto Big, but this is basically irrelevant. Now Wondersy finally strikes, and this was the more important kill.
Oh, and he's given the information to Accuracy to expect one coming in from the other side. And he does find one immediately. The trade for News though, and it's a 1v1. Wondersy knows exactly where News is, but the headshot comes in clutch. The white peak not standing true, and once again we've equalized.
What the hell?
This is taking nail biting to a whole nother level, man.
Exactly, right? It's not just nail biting. You'll end up chewing your whole bloody finger off if this is the way the game keeps on progressing. Oh man, this was too close for comfort for either side.
At the end of the day, in terms of economy, it's Renewal who come out on top. The win putting Kinsugi in a bit of a bad spot. And Renewal, they're looking to punish them already. Effectively now, both of the teams have ended up at that same position that either of them was in the latter part of the first half, where the T side waiting for the CT to over-aggress, to over-peak, to make mistakes, try and get information. It's always that A-look that comes into play. This time, Rooks, he's pushed himself in while his team attracts all that presence towards the mid area, but somehow Kinsugi, they have an inkling, They have an idea that Rooks might just be somewhere around there.
Let's see what they do with that information. For now, it's the standard slow mid push coming in. Renewal. Accuracy, holding the MP9. Will be shot in the face with the ENG. Now that mid has been taken over, Arcule is just running it down. He picks up the pace all of a sudden, and he is aware about where his next nemesis could be. Still goes unchecked. Oh my god. At least Rooks is able to get the trade in time, but that puts Skyesports' killing spree to an end.
Definitely had the potential for Pain to pop off right there, but in a much more open position. Too many angles to worry about. He just has to back off. And now one does he eat? You know that 1v4, he's going to make the smart decision. Play on the save. Maybe look for an exit frag here and there, but most importantly, I think that's Kinsugi's economy in a very bad situation with Renewal taking the lead.
Yeah, Kinsugi's economy was not the best, and now that they've lost this round, immediately after that, their economy tatters even more. I wonder how much money they've got. Like, they should be able to force if they want to, but I don't think that's the smartest idea. Maybe a couple of deagles is all they'll get.
Yeah, it seems to be exactly that. Kinsugi now on the back foot entirely as Renewal, they picked up the pace. And that clear macro difference between Kinsugi and Renewal, where I think mid is more of a bait for Renewal, where for Kinsugi it was all about control on their T side. Renewal happy to instead force through the extremes towards A long and B long, and doing exactly that. Mick actually spots out an aggressive accuracy, gets that first pick, and now that mid press is denied. Renewal trying to push it down B long, but the answer comes back, and while Kinsugi tried to fight, Renewal shut them down. The better weaponry really coming into play.
Better weaponry was supposed to win. Team Renewal should be able to get the plant down without any difficulty. They even are able to kill every single member of Kinsugi, so they don't even need that plant. Just extra bonus. 13-11. This is one of those crucial rounds. If Kinsugi lose this one, then their economy is going to be once again in tatters. They are already running on max loss bonus at this point.
Yeah, exactly. This round's so crucial because of that accuracy once again. Hasn't been on that run of form that we saw from him on Mirage. Got his hands back on the operator, I can say. Moving in towards mid, but again, this is what I meant, Renewal. They don't care as much, they're happy to just play towards the edges of bridge, wait for Kinsugi to overpeak and take the extremes in return. That double presence towards the A side. Now signaling the bomb to come over, but it's again down to Pain. Looking to anchor, but this time he gets shut down early. The anchor taken away, Renewal. They'll be able to flood their way in.
What does he do now? Bomb will go down. Kinsugi now look to free take in from well as A main, but A main is very far away from being a threat at this point. They've got Mick watching this angle, and if Mick doesn't make his work, then News definitely will make the op sing. Yeah, there's absolutely no chance Kinsugi win this one. Team Renewal have it in the bag, and Kinsugi are calling it a day.
And that statement, I'm not sure if it just applies to this round or if it might just apply to the entire map, because these rounds have gone from nail biting to dominant. These rounds have gone from close cut mind games to now Renewal starting to once again stamp their tempo, force their way in, denying that mid showdown on their own T side. They're able to really make value out of those extreme pushes that they've got going on. And Kinsugi, it's a very slippery slope really to be in now, because if they choose to adapt and instead react towards extremes, getting mid for free for Renewal will always be a bigger victory.
Sustainability is the name of the game here for Team Renewal. How many more times can they walk away by doing something different? How many times until Kinsugi get the right idea and intercept them? Kinsugi this time throwing in everything that money can buy. FAMAS's, MP9s, M4s, ops, everything has been put on the table. Whatever money can buy, they have also spent it in utility. They've let go of armor. Of course, they don't need the helmets, especially when they're on the CT side and the other guys have AKs. They use that money wisely. Let's see if it actually pays off, because this time, Team Kinsugi, it seems like a very fast hit towards mid. One on A, just two again on mid. from the bottom of B, they go towards connector and they're trying to watch canals instead. Renewal are aware about this one. They're taking it nice and slow.
Exactly, and look at Rooks. He's managed to get himself a good presence on Imain, expecting that aggression. They're all just backing off, hoping for that overpeak, and they finally find it. Able to take down Wonder Z, quite low, push that close range weapon back, and really now force Kinsugi off of their mid presence, trying to take connector control. Zerote picks up first blood, opens up the possibility of B side, and instantly you can see his team responding in Kuiper. Look at Rooks!
Wonder Z now looking to finish what his teammates had begun over there. Bane, though, that was a bit of a scuffle. A-Link has been lost, and now even B-Link is in danger. Team Renewal are coming in from everywhere, from Palace, from main. There was no way Wonder Z would be able to hold on to that position by himself. He gets run over.
Bomb has been planted.
And just like that, Payne, last man standing. Been in this situation one too many times, and he's gonna go for it. 1v3. He's picked one off, and he'll find two people. Very low HPs, but Haryuko coming around from the back, able to shut him down, and that's series point picked up for Team Renewal. 15-11 now, looking to finish this off, and should be able to do so comfortably because they are in the driver's seat. They've got the better weaponry. It does look like Renewal might just be able to edge it out here.
Masses across the board. Plenty of smokes, though. Maybe if Kinsugi can use these smokes wisely, they can move into those positions where they can make these MP9s and FAMASas sing. But instead, Team Renewal take no risks. Once again, going for the standard mid hold. At the same time, they're sending in two members into A main, ready to start knocking on the doors.
They need a hero player here. They need a hero moment. Kinsugi and Payne steps up when they need it the most. Accuracy with another. And it seems like the heroes have most definitely come in. They're keeping the hopes alive, Crips. And Renewal, they're crumbling apart. But look at them.
Oh, so many kills going down everywhere, but Mick and Arikyo respond. Very well done. Mid fights won over by the side of Team Kinsugi, but Renewal, they're at least able to recover the bomb. Mick had to fight his way and dig it out off the canal. But where will he plant now? And even if he does plant, where will he go run, hide? He's surrounded in every direction.
Oh.
Bane watching street. You've got at the same time accuracy watching palace.
He's instead choosing to just play time here, Mick, waiting for someone to peek in, waiting for someone to get information. And they don't. Inside Kinsugi, they hold on to the angles. They know that he's gonna end up on that B site with their player coming through, shutting them down towards B long, and Payne is able to pick them up. And despite the inferior weaponry, Kinsugi really come alive, and once again it's that similar name that we've been seeing on the forefront in Payne.
Well, at least Kinsugi denied the inevitable, and with this they've got enough money in the bag. They purchase all the M4s and weapons they can. Utility maxed out. Let's see what they do with this one. Most of it obviously will be dumped towards mid at the very start. No fighting, no damage taking place, no exchange either way, but at the moment I say that, we have first blood. Zerote gets taken out instantly. Is there gonna be flashes thrown? E-Fire swings right out of the smoke into the head of Arikyo. And he might just be able to spot Mix can battle as well.
Yeah, and Kinsugi, they're resurgent. They've renewed with vigor and might, and you can see that in their play. Maybe they'll pick up all this right here and really stamp their authority. 15-13 now. Kinsugi in a great spot now. I will say Renewal, they have a ton of money, Crips. They've really built up their bank, so they should be able to get buy after buy, which means they get crack after crack at match point. But the momentum now swinging in Kinsugi's favor. If they're able to pick up one more round, surely it really comes into play.
Yeah, but if they lose this one, the next round will offer them a 3-pointer loss bonus. With 2,000 credits already in the bag for most of these players, there should be enough money in the bank for them to afford not just a buy, but even an operator at the max.
Small pause though. Team Renewal looking to reset themselves and stall the momentum almost for Kinsugi. I'm sure those tiny pauses can make massive dents, but I think one thing that is for certain that we're seeing a difference in the way Kinsugi is playing is that they're much more aggressive in their angles and their positions, looking to take the fight to Renewal rather than play passive and allow Renewal to lurk up and take active position for free. And once again, doing exactly that. This time a double presence towards that A side, expecting there, but it's Accuracy who turns up, shuts down Mick in that mid fight. Finally, Accuracy finding some value.
Yeah, but how much value can this really be of Renewal, having lost their player already? I've gotten some information to work with, but it's not actionable. Volley thrown into its connector. Only pushes Weasel back, but it doesn't really get the kills in the favor of Kinsugi. They need to knock on the doors from B main as well. Oh, and they have done it. News is able to kill Weasel? Oh my god, Arikul is taken down. Wonder see, this is the B side crumbling. No, but the bomb, it's been stopped in its tracks. Accuracy does snipe it down. Now recovering it is going to be even harder because it's dropped in no man's land. And the Oppo's marking this angle. Accuracy probably will not let News cross. And he doesn't.
Pain though! Ooh! A nice flick. Shuts down. And now 15 to 14. Kinsugi, they're pushing back strong. Like you said, they've got that lose streak bonus. Renewal should be still able to get sort of a buy, at least, through this round. But Kinsugi, man. Accuracy, who's been on the bottom of that frag board for almost the entire match, now really turning up in the moments his team needs him the most, holding down that mid almost single-handedly on that op, denying those rotations for Team Renewal. So Team Renewal, they say, you know what, you're going to deny rotation, we're not going to bother with it. 4-man strong, push down B long, they've got one to Z, they're looking for the execute, and they found another. They overwhelm Kinsugi before they even get a chance to say what?
Yeah, and exactly. That is exactly how the cookie crumbles. Kinsugi now looking to make a response to E-Fire with the nades being dumped, checking all the corners under the smokes as well. But there are none in there.
3v4, though still, the possibility very much exists, but Renewal is so damn disciplined on their post plus, they won't give a chance if the crossfire comes in. Clutch. News picks up that 3k and at the edge of the cliff, in the nick of time, Renewal, they pick up the win.
Yeah, that was a closely contested affair. For a second, that nade dump really thought that it made me think that it would get them a kill, but News then holding the angle to its left-hand side, went and checked, and he sprayed the ball down like it was nobody's business. Amazing stuff over there by Team Renewal. It went down to the wire. I really thought this would be a 2-0, especially after the performance in Inferno.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, Kinsugi gave them a good run for their money, and they can hold their head up high even though they've lost their opening game.
Yeah, definitely. I think Kinsugi, they know what they're going to have to work on the drawing board heading back after this matchup, but given the fact that they're able to push it to the third map, and that to almost even overtime, potentially just one round off on 2 maps back to back, I think for us that means that we're getting to see exactly what we expected, which is now very small parity between all of the teams in our tournament. And given the fact that this was just match 1 between 2 relatively unknown quantities, I can't imagine what we have stored for us in the rest of the day.
Well, this is going to be an amazing day, I can tell you that already. This first game itself, I did not expect Anubis to get picked up right off the bat. More importantly, I did not expect it to go to map number 3. And all our expectations crumpled up into a paper ball and thrown right out of the window. That's what happened to our expectations. That's what happened to both the money of both these teams, actually. And they still recovered their economy. They still mounted amazing comebacks, and they gave each other a damn good fight. Plenty of action towards mid and connector region from either side whenever they were on the defense. And it stands to reason that after seeing this map, you can safely say that A side can be left relatively unguarded. You need only one player over there. That's what we saw from both these teams. Maybe that's the right way. Maybe that's not. We will find out as we watch more games of Anubis. But for my first Anubis cast, I thought this was a pretty good map. And I think Valve has done a great job by adding it to the map pool. Certainly a breath of fresh air. It's going to take time for us to get used to it, of course. But so much better than Dust 2, right?
I don't know about that, but I think I really like the different ideas that you can really have, where for the T side, Renewal showed us in the last round is actually very much a plausible thing to go for it hard execute. Just 5-man run it down because of the open area that is naturally present in the side. They can try to force defenders into bad positions and doing that, but also at the same time how crucial mid control can be to cut off CT rotations or even to cut off T rotations the way we saw accuracy doing in those last few rounds. So definitely a lot of ideas possible for teams to enact, and we'll have to see how it develops throughout the tournament, what kind of meta really builds up and what ends up being the truly optimal style to play.
Yeah, the truly optimal style is yet to reveal itself. I guess the Astralises and the Ninjas and Pajamas of the worlds will have to bring up their own strat books. It was such a fresh breath of air when Astralis first reinvented the way people are supposed to play Inferno. I'm sure that all the big boys over there will come up with something for Anubis as well. But right here in this tournament, we got to see how Team Renewal basically renewed their own set of ideas, how they just played so patiently towards the trail end of that game and use the smokes for perfect cover, whether they're going towards the B or whether they're going towards the A side. It was amazing how many hero performances Spain was able to pull off.
Exactly, and that fact really shows up in the way we saw certain players on both teams play, right? Like you said, Payne for Kinsugi was that outstanding, consistent player.
Yeah.
But for the side of Renewal, I feel we saw Zerolte and Aracle obviously popping off in the first map, but then we saw the rise of the others in those crucial moments where it was really needed in the rest. And I think that is really what got Renewal the edge at the end of the day, where we saw Kinsugi rallying back. In certain moments, it was always that they had to rally back. It was never Kinsugi actually able to make a lead and make it further as much so the way they could have at that 1-4 position in the third map.
Yeah, lovely stuff over there from either team. I love the way how Payne, like you said, anchored from the side of Kinsugi. But what I liked even more was how News was able to just be there at the right place at the right time. He always had the right idea. Unfortunately, just simply wasn't able to close out the game later on.
Most definitely, and we've seen a great potential across both of these teams and many players, and I hope they're able to continue with this form and performance going into the rest of the tournament. But just a reminder to all of our viewers out there, if you're still biting your nails off of this first set, it's exactly that. It's just our first set of the day. We've got another blockbuster of a match coming up, and what that means is that we get to refresh and rewatch the maps that we get to see play from different POVs. And I wonder if it's going to be a repeat, if we're going to see a lot more Infernos and Mirages, or maybe we get to see an Ancient here or there.
Ooh, yeah, an Ancient would be nice. Ancient, I think the meta for Ancient has now set in properly after 2 majors.
Yeah.
Everyone knows how to play Ancient now. I remember back when it was added, everyone was complaining about new maps shaking up the meta, and people are now welcoming Anubis because they saw how much of a difference Ancient can make in the map pool. And now that new maps are coming in, CSGO is about to be reinvented like it's never been reinvented before. Plenty of weapon changes, which I think were, they were just overlooked. Even after the A1S has been somewhat nerfed, people still picking up quite a lot of A1S. M4A4s, they still are the top tier. I mean, they've always been top tier for me, but I still don't really see any reason for the players to make that switch. It's still giving you plenty of options. The op, of course, even though it's been nerfed, people just don't seem to care about it. They continue doing what they do best with it, just kick ass.
I mean, at the end of the day, the op is that big daddy, right? It's something that you're always going to look to build towards, leverage really, and it can function in so many different ways, almost in a role of its own. And we actually saw that coming into play from Renewal as well, when they used that double op on their CT side to sort of shore up their heavy mid presence. Playing 4 towards mid, enable that anchor op to come online, and we saw that pop off round coming through for Renewal.
Yeah, man. And once that op starts popping off, it's just, it's chef's kiss. It's so beautiful to watch. Especially when that guy is the solo guy anchoring a particular side all by himself. Then you can really feel the hero vibe coming out of it. Woo. And this was just the first game. This was just our first series, actually, where we got to see Anubis right off the beginning. Let's see what the other series have in store for us, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We have one more cracking good match waiting for you guys. But before we get to that, we're going to go on a short break. See you on the other side. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Skyesports Championship 4.0. Our gaming partners are Logitech, fantasy partner is Fanclash, and of course, this tournament is presented to you by AMD. My name is Cribs, with me is CA, and we are going to be your casters for the day. We've already seen one amazing match, one best 3 series take place earlier in the day, and now we are up for the next game. The first one was pretty good, went the distance, went all 3 maps. We even got to see Anubis, the latest addition to the CSGO map pool. And now we head into our second game.
Yeah, we got two 16-14s in our first BO3, just an inch close to overtime, but not overtime exactly. Maybe we will get to see it come out from Clutch Gaming and NEXGA, because these teams are ready to take on each other. I'm excited to see maybe more new maps come out, maybe even different playstyles, because we definitely saw that Renewal and their opposition quite different in the way they wanted to approach the game, and at the end of the day it came down to that adaptability, and that's when it gets really exciting.
Yeah, the adaptability from both those teams was actually quite impressive, right? At least in Mirage and in Anubis, it definitely wasn't impressive. In Inferno, by the time team, I forgot how to even pronounce their name, KINTSUGI, when they figured out how to get over with their CT side, it was a bit too late already, and it was. Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate what happened in Inferno. They seemed like they could have made the comeback if they had more time, but it was too little too late. Of course, when we went to Mirage and Anubis, both the teams just reading each other like books. Adjustments were made, amazing stuff happened, and yeah, I was pretty impressed by both those teams at the end of the day.
Exactly right, and I think that we've really got high standards set for us with the way the first set pulled out. I can't expect it's gonna get better, because surely that would be insane. But I think that's exactly what we should hope for coming from these teams, because we've got slightly more known quantities in Clutch Gaming and in NEXGA, teams that have been around the scene for a tad longer perhaps, and I think in that should carry just a bit more of experience and therefore a lot more mind games.
Yeah, mind games. I mean, I do expect them. Of course, in the previous game, the mind games were limited to how many players do you have on mid versus how often do you peel off. I hope that in the next game, we get to see a little something deeper. Of course, the utility usage in the previous game was slightly one-dimensional by both teams, but then again, they didn't require all that much. Going into the next game, I hope that we get to see some pristine Counter-Strike action. So without further ado, let's take a look at the teams.
Yeah. We're gonna have Clutch Gaming facing off against NEXGA. Of course, Team Renewal able to pick up the win in match 1 versus Kinsugi. And for Team Renewal, great start. Even though it was a 2-1, I think they'll be really happy with the way they played their Inferno. And they'll have learned a lot from the close matches in Mirage and Anubis. And now Clutch Gaming versus NEXGA. I'm quite curious, Chris. I have to ask you, if there's one map that you would definitely want to see that we haven't seen today, which one would it be?
I would have to say, honestly, there's so many, I can't even choose right now. Very good question, see. It's a trick question. I don't have the answer to it. I want to see all of them. I want to see every single one.
No, that's
I
a
want to
trick
see Cash,
answer
but
then.
I want to see Cash, but then again, it's not in the pool, so that's sad.
I personally want to see an Ancient. I think, like you said, something that really settled into the meta. But okay, my second pick would have been Nuke, and we get exactly that. Nuke, Mirage, and an Ancient coming through in our third map, so it's going to be an interesting series for sure. But how do you feel about Nuke here, Crips?
I feel good about Nuke. Lately, Nuke seems a little more balanced. Earlier, everyone used to say, oh, it's so CT-sided, oh, this. Everyone used to complain about it quite a lot, but now it just doesn't seem like the case. I feel like Navi has really taught everyone how to play Nuke on the attacking side, and everyone seems to just take pages off of their books.
Exactly, and I think at this point for both these teams gonna be trying to most likely take a page from Navi's book, right, and try to understand what Navi's opposition did against each other, while finding a playstyle of their own, while compromising at certain points to fit their comfort. So I'm especially excited to see Nuke, because I think in Mirage, it's sort of like a settled playstyle in the way we're gonna get to see teams play, and the adaptations of that are something we already got to see today. But Nuke definitely offers a much more diverse range, and we might see really polarizing playstyles from both the teams.
I'm kind of excited to see Ancient. A lot has changed since the last Rio Major. especially the way teams take control of opponents. Sometimes they just completely give it up, and it's those changes in the meta, how teams have adapted to each other, is what makes the map so beautiful. I mean, up until the Rio Major, everyone thought that yeah, we know how to play Ascent, but then Heroic came along and they were like, nah, surprise, surprise, there's easier ways. I would love to see how teams have adapted to it, especially teams like NEXGA. Certainly, they are not in Tier 1 list at this point, but they are well on their way to be there, and I would love to see how they adapt. Mirage, I think we can all expect what we can get to see. It's kind of getting stale. I really thought that Mirage also would be on the chopping block next when a new map rolls around the corner. But then again, that's just my controversial opinion, and I will keep it to myself for now, even though I've said it out loud. Nuke certainly seems exciting.
See, hey, I think I definitely echo the opinion, the idea of it getting maybe a little too stale, but for a lot of people, that's classic, traditional almost,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And it's where you have to make small micro adjustments depending on your current opposition's playstyle, where on a foundational level, you're probably playing similarly. But hey, we get to start off on Nuke, and like you said, I think for both of these teams, it's about making a mark, especially so for NEXGA, because if you want to make your mark towards in the CSGO scene, reach that T1 mark altogether, you've got to get off to good starts in tournaments. You have to display consistent affairs all the way through, and in no better way to do it than on day one.
Yeah, in no better way to do that on day one in the Skyesports Championship 4.0. This would be a blistering start for either of these teams. Now, NEXGA and Clutch Gaming, both, if they start off on Nuke, and it is... wait, whose map pick is Nuke again, by the way? Is it NEXGA's?
I believe, yes. I'm
Yep.
trying to recollect. Yeah, I think it is NEXGA's. Actually, no, I think it's Clutch Gaming's. It's
Okay.
Clutch Gaming and NEXGA. We'll have to find out in a second.
Yeah,
But
we will find out in a second. I'm just really excited to see which one of them starts on the T side, which one of them starts on the CT side.
Yeah.
Of course, the way that the new meta has shaped up over the last few months, it's become super interesting now because everyone just believes in super fast outside assaults, but they take their time whenever it comes to ramp and places like lobby and all that stuff. So I would like to see the variations of that pace, which is basically what keeps the CTs on their toes. Otherwise, the defense doesn't really need to change.
exactly, and the idea that you can almost condition your opponents to a particular pace depending on that tempo switch that you can make, I think it can be especially crucial to the success of that T-side, because then it really does come down to, again, that psychological edge you've got over your opponent, because when you switch halves, you'll know what they're likely to do, how to be in their shoes altogether. But that's why that first half was definitely crucial here, Crips, and we'll have to see, maybe one of these teams decides to just go against the meta altogether and we see a completely different playstyle brought out, maybe a lot more aggressive plays here and there, because of course I think that's something we got to see from Renewal and it worked out very well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this map will start really soon, but we will have to wait just a little bit. We've been patient for a long time. We just request you to wait a couple minutes more and we'll be jumping into the game right after this short break.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Skyesports Championship 4.0 presented by AMD with Logitech G as our gaming partner and Fanclash as our official esports fantasy partner. Now, my name is C, and of course, you know Cribs joining me on desk, and unfortunately, we have a bit of bad news for them, don't we?
Yep, unfortunately, because of some technical issues, we will not be able to stream the match that was scheduled for right now. That match will be rescheduled and will be held at a later date. However, we will post about that match more details later on our socials. So make sure that you follow Sky Sports Gaming on Twitter and on Instagram to stay tuned for further updates. As of now, the rest of the tournament will go ahead as planned. All the matches that were supposed to be happening tomorrow will happen just on time, hopefully without any of these technical issues, and we will see you again tomorrow. Once again, we apologize for the inconvenience, but you will be getting to see your favorite teams battle it out regardless, and we will make sure that the integrity of the tournament stays intact. Thank you so much for pairing with us, and we will see you again tomorrow.